Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And the City Council is reconvening from closed session. There's nothing to report. I'm going to go ahead and adjourn the special meeting at 6 p.m. And I would like to call to order the Elk Grove City Council regular meeting on Wednesday, August the 12th at 6 p.m. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Consistent with Executive Orders N-29-20 and Executive Order N-35-20 by the Governor of the State of California, this meeting will be conducted by teleconference only. Meeting location will be the City Council chamber, but it will not be open to the public. This meeting of the Elk Grove City Council will be replayed on Metro Cable Channel 14 on Friday, August 14th at 1 p.m. and Sunday, August 16th at 6 p.m. It is being closed captioned and will be webcast at sacmetrocable.tv. City Council meeting videos are also archived on the city's website at elkgrovecity.org. For members of the participating audience who may have personal electronic devices or folks that are participating in the meeting when you are on and speaking, please make sure all other devices are muted. And if you're not speaking, don't have a speaking role at the given time, if you can place your devices on mute, that would be greatly appreciated. The Elk Grove City Council welcomes, appreciates, and encourages participation in the City Council meeting. City Council requests that you limit your presentation to 3 minutes per person so that all present will have time to participate. City Council reserves the right to reasonably limit the total time for public comment on any particular noticed agenda item as it may deem necessary. Pursuant to Resolution number 2010-24, no individual speaker concerning public comment may address the City Council for more than 3 minutes. City Clerk will run a speaker timer, and after the first 2 minutes have passed, the City Clerk will state on the audio feed 1 minute remaining, indicating 1 minute remains to summarize comments. With that, Mayor, I think we're ready to move into the call to order and the roll call. And as I'm looking, it looks as though the mayor might be reconnecting back into the meeting. But I think we did just see him step away out of the teleconference environment. We'll see if we can get him back in here. We'll wait a little bit. We'll start with a slow rolling roll call to see who we can get and see if we've got all of our members here. I'll start with Councilmember Nguyen.
Here.
Councilmember Hume.
Here.
Councilmember Suen.
Here.
Vice Mayor Detrick.
Here.
And do we have you back on the teleconference meeting, Mayor Lee? And I believe at this time he's having some connectivity issues. I know he also has a secondary line that's available, but right now I will have him.
I am back.
All right, there we are. So it sounds like Mayor Lee, you are here in attendance. That makes all 5 of the council are here for the meeting. That'll conclude the roll call. We'll move into the Pledge of Allegiance, Mayor.
All right, thank you. And wherever you're at, if you could address the flag, and if you could join me in the pledge. All right, address the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. And at the beginning of every regular City Council meeting, the Council would like to invite members of the public to join us in a moment of silence. So members of the public, if you could join the Council, please. Thank you very much. And next item.
Take us on to Section 2, approval of the agenda.
Members, we have an agenda in front of us. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Hume seconds.
Okay, and roll call, please.
And as all votes during our teleconference environment, thank you, Mayor. The vote for the approval of the agenda, I will start with Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Detrick.
Yes.
And Mayor Lee.
Yes.
We have an agenda.
All right, let's move to the next item.
For section 3 of the closed session, there are no closed session items on the regular agenda, which is going to advance us to section 4, our presentations and announcements. That one item being 4.1, the Historic Preservation Committee Annual Update.
Good evening, Mayor Lee, members of the City Council. Antonio Ablog, Planning Manager here. Here to assist our Historic Preservation Committee Chair, Daniel Ming, present the annual update to City Council.
Good evening, Mayor Lee, City Council members. My name is Daniel Ming. I'm the chair of the HPC and will be presenting the annual update tonight. The HPC is made up of myself, co-chair Peggy Forsyth Andrews, Dennis Butcher, Gary Randava, Daniel Tarnowski, Daljit Singh Sandhu, and Brian Van Lent. Our purpose is to identify, designate, protect, enhance, and perpetuate the use of historical resources. Historical resources can be buildings, structures, objects, sites, districts, cultural landscapes, and tribal cultural resources in the city that reflect special elements of the city's heritage and cultural diversity. Our authority is to provide formal recommendations on alterations to historical resources to the Developmental Services Director, Zoning Administrator, Planning Commission, and provide formal recommendation to the City Council on designation of historical resources. Some of HPC's recent projects include the Railroad Street Rehabilitation Project in Old Town. The HPC and community had some concerns, and the developer worked with us to help maintain this resource. The HPC has also completed, the HPC completed the Historic Resources Survey in August 2019 with the help of HPC members, volunteers, city staff, Michael Baker International, and Margot Mayer. The survey was paid for by certified local government grant. 79 resources were surveyed and photographed. 2 potential historic districts identified, Valley High Country Club and Williamson Ranch Subdivision, which were recommended for further survey. 95 resources were recommended for inclusion when creating the Elk Grove Historic Register. Our goals for 2020 are annual training to maintain our certification, which was completed on August 10th. The creation of a local historic register utilizing the 2019 survey and public outreach, which is a long-term project given the limitations of social distancing. We will continue to monitor the Railroad Street project. We will also continue to maintain a strong relationship with the Elk Grove Historical Society. So this concludes our annual presentation. We're optimistic that when COVID-19 slows down, we will be able to solicit input and have a better ability to share information with our community. So we encourage community members to join our Zoom meetings when possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ming. Is there any questions?
Mr. Mayor, no questions, but I just want to acknowledge Mr. Ming and the rest of the committee's work preserving our heritage and continue to monitor the railroad project going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. Anyone else? All right, seeing that there's no one else, I want to echo that. Thank you, Mr. Ming, for your continued work and preserving some of these historical sites and doing what you need to do to make sure that we continue to have these proud locations and buildings and what have you. So thank you. And please relay the message over to the committee when you meet with them.
Yes, sir. Thank you much.
All right. Let's move to the next item.
Take us to section 5, public comment. Participating members of the viewing audience may comment on any item not on the agenda that is of interest to the public and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Each person will be allowed 3 minutes or less if a large number of requests are received on a particular subject. City Council cannot take action on non-agendized items raised under public comment until the matter has been specifically included on an agenda as an action item. Members of the public desiring a response to a specific question are encouraged to contact any member of the council or the city manager at any time. Those participating members who wish to address a specific agendized item are encouraged to offer their public comments during consideration of that item. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, what I have received are 3 callers. There are 3 folks who've asked to be dialed into the meeting. And I'd just like to preface that for tonight, our IT team's been working to kind of continually improve our process. And so we will be dialing folks in, and we have kind of a phone bank in order to pull them in. Part of that is it depends on who gets pulled in. So you'll be hearing, you won't be hearing me introducing folks. We'll be asking individuals when they do come online to introduce themselves, and then we'll start up with the usual speaker timer and process that we know. And with that, I will turn to our staff and see who our first caller is.
Caller, you may go ahead and announce yourself and begin.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Paul Lindsay. I'm calling tonight to ask for Mr. Lee's resignation as mayor of the city of Elk Grove. It's become abundantly clear over the last several weeks that Mr. Lee is engaged in a long and ongoing pattern of misogyny, harassment, intimidation, and bullying. Further, he has done little to dissuade those who follow him from engaging in the same pattern. We've heard from several prominent members of the community regarding their interactions with Mr. Lee. We've heard how those interactions demonstrated a callous regard for others while promoting his own political agenda. We've heard from Linda Vu, a former Lee campaign manager. We've heard from Dr. Jackie Chung. We've heard from Ms. Bobby Singh Allen and Ms. Nancy Chires Espinoza, both trustees of the Elk Grove Unified School District. We've heard more recently from Jacqueline Moreno, an elected member of the Casinas CSD. She detailed a pattern of abuse and harassment by one of Mr. Lee's political campaign employees. Ms. Moreno made Mr. Lee aware of this abuse repeatedly, and Mr. Lee did nothing. I repeat, Mr. Lee did nothing but side with the abuser. This is simply unacceptable. Just this morning, we heard from Mackenzie Weiser, an Elk Grove Planning Commissioner, who published an account about her interactions with Mr. Lee. In her statement, she indicated that Mr. Lee was willing to violate campaign laws by overlooking the filing deadline for a city council election in hopes that Mr. Lee would gain an ally on the council. Shortly after your last meeting, a petition went up on change.org about Mr. Lee's resignation and calling for it because of his acts and those of his followers. At the time that I'm speaking, over 7,500 individuals have signed the petition. Mr. Lee has issued an apology in which he acknowledges the wrongs that have been done by his followers and the hurt they have caused. He's gone on to state that he believes all the women that have come forward and that he believes in restorative justice. I think Ms. Moreno put it best that restorative justice can only occur when you accept responsibility for your own actions.
1 minute remains.
Mr. Lee, show us that you believe in your own words. Accept responsibility. Take the first step to accountability. Resign. Then and only then can you start on the path to restorative justice. Thank you. I'm finished.
Sorry, I was muted. With that, it sounds like that was the conclusion of the comments. We'll look for the team to patch in our next caller who's available.
Caller, you may go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mark Graham, Elk Grove. All right, on Monday night, the city's Public Works Department, Mr. Murdoch and Mr. Werner, hosted a conference call on cell antenna policy. This originated in May when Diane Satern, who lives across the street from Monterey Trail High School, where the city and AT&T want to install a new cell antenna, presented to the city a petition signed by Diane and 34 of her neighbors. The petition asked the city to deny the application for a permit and to place 4 specific items on the agenda of a council meeting, and these were changes in the city's cell antenna policy. I wish that the council members had been on that conference call last night. You would have learned a thing or two, I am sure. Overall, the city needs, it was good, and I appreciate Mr. Murdoch and Mr. Werner and their efforts, but the city needs to do a better job, and the council needs to be more involved and exercise some leadership on this instead of deferring everything to the staff. The city says it considered the master license agreement with AT&T at a noticed public meeting. However, that notice and the staff report did not identify the proposed cell antenna locations by address, only by latitude and longitude. You cannot expect a person let's say, was reading the public notice to know the latitude and longitude of the city-owned light pole in front of their house. Do you know the latitude and longitude of the city-owned light pole in front of your house? For the future, you should identify proposed cell antenna sites by address. Now, the Brown Act requires the city to take action and deliberate openly. Here's what it says. The people of this state do not yield their sovereignty to the agencies which serve them. The people, in delegating authority, do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know. The people insist on remaining informed so that they may retain control over the instruments they have created. Unquote.
It remains.
54950. All right. The city manager still has the discretion to amend the list of cell antenna sites. That's in section 4.2A of the master license agreement. What is happening now to the residents of Modena Way can happen to any city resident. And I emphasize this is a city-wide policy. I'm asking the city to have another conference call, as Mr. Warner indicated it might do in his August 6th email, and open it to all city residents and provide proper notice. You have dozens of email addresses from people who have emailed the city about this, plus the planning department sent out a notice to the homeowners associations and neighborhood associations in March of 2018. Plus, you can put a notice in the Elk Grove Citizen and on the city's website and on the city's Facebook page and on the city's page about cell antenna policy. Do a proper notice and give adequate lead time. The city sent out a letter that said there was going to be a tentatively scheduled meeting 3 weeks prior, but it wasn't until last Thursday that the city finally decided it was going to hold that call on Monday night, and they only provided the hyperlink to one resident. So please do a better job, have a meeting accessible to everybody, and I wish the council members would participate in those calls. Is that my time up?
Yes.
All right. That was the 3-minute timer. And I think Mr. Graham wrapped up his comments, and so we will move on to our third speaker under public comment. And thank you, staff, for patching him through.
Caller, you may go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Diane Saturn. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff for taking my call. Thank you, Mayor Lee, for directing staff to coordinate the meeting regarding the AT&T 5G antennas permit application 1907227. Mr. Warner, Mr. Murdoch, thank you for moderating and presenting information to local residents Monday evening. Yes, the meeting was intended for Modena Way residents. However, I felt all Elk Grovians have every right to know about this issue. This is not just a Modena Way issue, but a citywide issue. I was notified at 4:54 p.m. on Thursday, August 6th, barely 2 business days before the scheduled meeting for Monday, August 10th. I was the only resident of Modena Way who was informed and provided with a Zoom meeting registration link. Mr. Warner asked that I share that information with my neighbors. That should have not been my responsibility. It's the city's responsibility. I took it upon myself to notify my Elk Grove neighbors, Modena Way or not, help the city do its job by sharing the Zoom link with neighbors and on Nextdoor. I was pleased to find several residents who participated and voiced their questions and concerns. Mr. Warner and Mr. Murdoch were not too thrilled about that. But as I stated earlier, this is a citywide issue and every resident should be made aware of the issue. On November 28, 2018, Councilmember Suen said, citizens should know the benefits and they should know the risks. And so in that regard, any consideration of these things in residential neighborhoods, I think needs to be something that the public should be able to see. And I remember when I served on the Community Planning Advisory Council, we were always getting applications. Back then, I think it was Singular and such about towers. And there was always a public process. So I think having that transparency during the application process would give folks an opportunity to learn what we just all learned tonight, end quote. That is clear direction from council for transparency during the application process. At the end of Monday's meeting, I asked the city to host a follow-up meeting for all Elk Grove residents. Mr. Warner and Mr. Murdoch were reluctant in providing a response. Again, we need transparency. The Brown Act requires the city to take action and deliberate openly. Why does the city refuse to make an amendment to the Elk Grove Municipal Code to prohibit placements of cell antennas in residential and school zones. The city has regulated that cell antennas not be placed in the front yard of a residential dwelling. The city can implement regulations and mandating that cell antennas are not to be placed in the front, back, and side yard of any residential dwelling, and that they be at least 1,000 feet from any school site. Why does the city refuse to regulate operations of cell antennas? The city can do this. You have this power, notwithstanding the Telecommunications Act of 1996 and FCC orders. You can do that. As a taxpayer and constituent, I'm asking you to do that. Council members, mayor, ask your city attorney. The city has the power to regulate the operations of cell antennas. Thank you for your time. Have a great evening and stay safe.
And that sounded like the conclusion of Ms. Saturn's comments. Those are all the speakers, and I'm just checking my comms one last time, but I have no other requests coming in to speak on general public comment.
All right, let's move to the next item.
That'll take us on to section 6, general administration information.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. This is Jason Garman, City Manager. The Census Bureau enumerators will begin conducting visits to houses that have not yet responded to the census beginning this Saturday, August 15th. Census takers will visit homes between the hours of 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. For safety reasons, the Census Bureau has shared tips on how to identify a census taker. This information is available on the city's social media pages. Residents can fill out the census form online at my2020census.org or call 844-330-2020. I'm pleased to announce the police department recently took possession of a new mobile command center. The vehicle will serve as a field command post at special events and critical incidents when needed. As you all know, our annual multicultural festival was canceled this year due to COVID-19, but cultural immersion is just a click away thanks to a variety of virtual activities coordinated by the city's Diversity and Inclusion Commission. Special weekly classes, videos, and activities are being offered on the city's website and social media channels throughout the month of August. Tomorrow will include a special drive-through Diversity Day giveaway from 5 to 7 p.m. Parents can bring their kid to City Hall to pick up a free goodie box filled with cultural trinkets, instructions, and supplies to participate in activities and craft projects intended to promote a better understanding and appreciation for our diversity. Visit elkgrovecity.org/diversity month for the complete list of activities and details. The police department is pleased to announce that their Citizens Academy will be offered virtually beginning on August 18th. The POP unit has developed a condensed version of the 11-week popular program that will be offered through Zoom. The Explorer Cadet program has also returned virtually. Cadets are now meeting with Elk Grove Police Department instructors online every Wednesday night. Details about these programs are available from the Police Department website. Recreation Swim is operating daily through the month of August, and attendance continues to increase at our new aquatic center. Weekday sessions are available from 2 to 4, $6 a person. 2 afternoon sessions are available on weekends from 1 to 3 and 4 to 6. Pre-registration is strongly recommended and available from the CSD's website. Lap swim is also being offered now, Monday through Saturday from 7 to 11. Swimmers must pre-register for a 50-minute time slot that costs $7. Semi-private and private swim lessons return on August 10th. Other aquatic center classes are anticipated to come online by the end of the month. And our center, the Center of District 56, has also started booking facility tours and accepting reservations for 2021. Anyone interested in viewing the venue can email the center at district56@elkgrovecity.org or call 916-478-3666. Our Disability Advisory Committee has opened nominations for the 14th Annual Above and Beyond Accessibility Awards. The awards program recognizes individuals, businesses, or organizations that go above and beyond for individuals with disabilities in our community. Nomination forms are available online from the city's website. Nominations will be accepted through Friday, September 11th. Our police department's K-9 team will begin carrying around personalized coins for members of our community to collect. The coins picture each of our 6 K-9 officers. If you see any of our K-9 officers around town, go ahead and ask them for a coin. A couple of brief COVID-19 updates. California National Guard conducted COVID-19 pop-up testing at Elk Grove Park this week on Monday, August 10th, and again today, August 12th. Drive-through testing did not require an appointment. Anyone 18 or older with a valid ID could receive testing at no charge. We'll continue to share information regarding future testing dates and locations as we become aware of them. And finally, our Great Plates Delivered Senior Program, which we launched on May 13th, is helping hundreds of seniors daily. There are currently 422 seniors and 13 restaurants currently participating in the program, including 3 which we've recently added. More than 76,500 meals have been delivered to seniors in need since the program's launch. As of August 10th, Great Plates has invested more than $1.2 million in our local restaurants. A new extension to the program has the program running through September 9th. And that concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions that the council might have.
Are there any questions?
Nope.
I don't hear any questions. So let's move on to council report. Let's start off with Councilmember Nguyen.
Nothing to report, sir. It's been busy. As mentioned, Mr. Behrman talked about COVID-19. That's kind of turned my world upside down, and that's basically what I've been working through as things change every moment. I will say I hope that as folks do get tested, they understand that once you get tested, you need to stay home. What's happening is that folks are going to get tested, and then they're going out and about their day, and that doesn't help, right? Once you get tested, you need to stay home and find out what your result is. And the problem we have are people are not doing that. At the same token, the results were taking a little bit longer, and working with the county, they're working on a way to make sure results come in a lot faster than what it was coming back in was I believe 7 days, and that was just a little bit too long for folks. And so I think they're trying to get it down to about 3 days. But that's all I have, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilmember Hume.
Great, thank you. Very little to report. I had an RT meeting on Monday. It was almost entirely closed session items. Then this morning, the regular meeting of the sanitation district was canceled, but we had a subcommittee board meeting on looking at whether or not to take some of the operations of the sanitation district in-house from the county, and also whether or not the regional SAN and SASD should merge. We established some guiding principles to help guide that process as it moves forward, and agreed that we should continue looking at that. And then there is an STA board meeting tomorrow. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Soon.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We had a SACOG Transportation Committee meeting last Thursday where we discussed and debated the 2020 regional funding round framework, basically how approximately $180 to $200 million of funds coming in will be divided amongst the 6-county, 22-city region. And then I have a couple requests for council. One, I was made aware of an issue that happened recently, where a building was permitted without design review. It's definitely in line with our process, but I would offer up there's a chance to improve our process, and so I'd like to seek council support to give staff direction to take a look at this. Shane Diller, if you're on the call, is there some way we can share a screen to show a picture of what I'm talking about?
Certainly, Councilmember.
Yeah, okay.
Can you ready to share that now?
Okay. So this was a building that the applicant followed the permitting process, but it didn't require public noticing, so the neighbors were not made aware, and it didn't have to go through design review. It's a pretty large structure, 1,200 square feet, so the size of a small house, and I just think it doesn't necessarily fit into the neighborhood, and I think if we could find a way for staff to look at it to improve it, maybe having surrounding neighbors getting to sign off, or something like that might be more appropriate for the future. And so actually I'm just going to move on while you're pulling that up, Shane. Oh, you got
Certainly.
it. Okay.
Are you able to see that, Councilman?
No, I can see your screen, but the picture isn't coming up. Is there a way to open this? picture?
And let me try.
Okay, certainly.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Mr. Diller, you may want to stop sharing your screen so that Mr. Wilson can have a crack at it.
Let me know if you can see it.
Yep, I can see that. Yep, thank you very much. So, yeah, so you can see there the large size doors. The large size doors. It's made for an RV. It's made for an art recreational vehicle. And so it just doesn't necessarily fit in the character of the community, but I think it might be an opportunity for us to improve the process a little bit. So would council support that?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll support.
Okay, thanks, you guys. Then the other thing I wanted to mention was all of us received a letter from Chief McLaughlin, Fire Chief McLaughlin, and it was a little ambiguous to me. And so I just replied back to him and got just a touch upon him that his concern is the effects of ambulatory services in our city as directed by the county and the state. And so I would ask that staff could maybe perhaps look into that as well, to either work with the League of Cities or the county to develop a letter that might describe our concerns about having ambulatory services affected in our city during this pandemic. And then finally, I wanted to highlight something I forgot to mention at the last meeting, which was my son came home late one evening, and he was going to get in trouble because he came home late because he was out skateboarding at Morse Park. And when he came home, he said he was late because he was talking to the officers. And so he showed me this video, and Chief, I want you to be proud of these guys. You know, a couple of the officers engaging with the youth, you know, skateboarding a little bit with them. And so, you know, as we talk about community policing and our officers getting involved in the community, getting to know our residents, it was really cool to see a couple of our officers engaging with the youth and getting to build a relationship with them. And just to clarify, they didn't know he was my son or anything, and he didn't tell them. And so just to see them, you know, engaging with our youth like that was really pleasing to me. So we let him off the hook that night for coming home late, but I just wanted to highlight that's it just speaks a lot to the men and women in our department. That's all I had. Thank you.
Councilman Sun, I just want to echo that. Chief, I had heard this from the community as well. And I kid you not, these officers have just gained some cool points with teenagers, because that's the least that they'd expected, that our officers would go out and start skateboarding with them. So,
Yeah.
you know, yeah, give the message to these officers that that's the kind of policing that we're proud of in Elk Grove.
Councilmember Soon and Mayor Lee, thank you very much. I did see the video of the officer and some of the skill, and I'm glad to hear that your son didn't get in trouble. So I appreciate the feedback. I will absolutely pass that on.
They got good skills too. Yeah.
Awesome. And Vice Mayor.
Nothing to report.
All right, you're waiving your report. Did I hear you correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Councilman Hume had already indicated that the sanitation was canceled this morning. So I did want to echo, thank you, Councilman Hume, for working on that. I think that the sewer and sanitation should probably be one. And so I'm hoping to hear the results of the deliberation with the team members. Other than that, I'll waive the remainder of my report and let's move on.
That'll take us on to section 8, the consent calendar items. And I'm checking on my communications, and I do not have anyone that signed up before the meeting, and I don't show anyone wishing to address the consent calendar items.
Okay, that being the case, let's go ahead and officially open and then close the public comment opportunity and
move the consent.
Entertain the motion. Got a motion. Is there a second?
Hume, second.
There's a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call vote on the consent calendar. Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Detrick.
Yes.
And Mayor Lee.
Yes.
Consent calendar items will pass 5-0. That will take us on to section 9 of our agenda, the public hearings, starting with item 9.1, which is a public hearing to consider a resolution establishing the Memorial Bench Program for the Preserve at District 56 and setting a fee for sponsorship.
Good evening, council members. Lana Yoshimura, Community Event Center Manager. I'm hoping that you can see my screen. Jason, can you verify that?
Coming in clear, and you're loud and clear as well too, Lana. So
perfect.
All systems go.
Still learning technology, so I'm very happy this evening to present a program that we're looking to launch at District 56. Just to give you some background, the preserve at District 56, also known as the nature area, we hired Helix Environmental Planning, at the time called Foothill Associates, to do the design work. The preserve is going to be 26 acres of property, which is on the southern portion of District 56, bordered by Lots Parkway and Bighorn. The area will have a number of amenities, including a fitness court, a pond, walking trails, open space, and it's meant to be a serene and placid area for residents to enjoy. One of the things that we have in the 26 acres are resting areas, which include benches for seating. We saw this as an opportunity to get community participation and for the community to be able to honor a person or an organization or event and invest in District 56 as part of our future and our history. So we're proud to present this program for you. I'm going to turn it over to Carrie Monty, our administrative analyst, who's going to talk about the program details.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Carrie Monty, and I will discuss the logistics of the Memorial Bench program. There are 18 pre-selected concrete bench locations. I think this one says 19, but there's 18 shown on the map here. Private donations of $3,000 will cover the cost of the bench, plaque installation, and maintenance. The application, donation, and text for the custom plaque will result in plaque creation and installation. If approved tonight, staff will create and oversee an application process similar to the Military Street Banner program. We will encourage residents as well as local service organizations to sponsor a bench, and we will work with public affairs to promote the program through our social media channels. Benches will be reserved on a first-come, first-served basis. And the bench and plaque styles are pre-selected by the city to ensure consistency for the look of the preserve. Next slide. The wood grain concrete benches shown here were selected by the architect to follow the overall design of the preserve nature area. The city will provide maintenance for the life of the bench until a bench is rendered unfit for continued use and it may be disposed of. Damage to the plaque must be repaired or replaced by the donor. The city may refuse any plaque inscription if it's deemed unacceptable. Next slide. Like we mentioned before, the bench donation is $3,000. This covers the cost of the bench, plaque, engraving, installation, and maintenance. This covers the life of the bench. We anticipate approximately 10 years as surveyed by other cities. Any damage will be handled by the discretion of the city. Any bench rendered unfit for use will be disposed of, and every effort will be made to notify the donor. Lana, I'll turn it back to Lana.
So that ends our presentation on the program and the details. I want to take a moment to thank Sean Lamar, our graduate student assistant, for helping put together this program and completing a lot of the research on this. I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Are there any questions?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
This is Councilmember Hume. Lana, explain to me the first come, first serve basis. How are people going to be notified that this is even coming available? And then I believe, are we proposing the same 10-year duration as some of the other communities have in place?
It's a good question, Councilmember. So what we've actually done is we've started to build a list of community service organizations within the Elk Grove community that might be interested in this program, places like Rotary, the veterans groups, so that we would give them an opportunity. We've also, we're going to promote it through social media so people would be aware that this program is available. Our hope is that the community wants to be part of this program and to invest in District 56. So, you know, we have about 19 benches available that are planned as part of the program, and there are locations for an additional 9 benches if we have an overwhelming response. So those are all things that are included within the program as well. So we've already started to think about the marketing of it as we launch.
Excellent. And so then in the staff report, it says the goal of the program is to honor individuals and organizations that have made an impact on and have a connection with Elk Grove. Will that be determined and vetted at the staff level? Will there be some sort of committee that will gauge the applicability of that? How am I too far in the weeds?
No, not at all, sir. So we think we could handle it at the staff level. Our hope is that if you're investing $3,000, which is a sizable amount of money for most people, that you would do it out of a out of investment of wanting to be part of the community. So somebody from the outside necessarily, I don't know if they would have that same ownership or connection to Elk Grove. So we think that investing at a staff level will probably be more than sufficient.
Excellent. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, hearing there are none. I want to go ahead and declare the public hearing open and open for public comment opportunity. Any speakers?
And no items were received prior to the meeting. And as I do a quick check of my systems, I have no requests for anyone signing up to speak on item 9.1.
Okay, I want to go ahead and close public comment and declare public hearing closed. Council deliberation and direction.
Motion.
Got a motion? Is there a second?
Second comment.
There's a second. And roll call, please.
I believe I heard the vice mayor asked for a comment on the item.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yes, you did. I just wanted to say, I love programs like this. I think this is another great way to draw the community together and give people options to celebrate something that has been very important in their life for someone that's a loved one of theirs. So another great program, great work by the team, and I support it 100%. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. And we do have a motion and a second. So roll call, please.
And that roll call vote, Councilmember Wynn?
Yes.
Councilmember Hume?
Aye.
Councilmember Suen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Detrick?
Yes.
And Mayor Lee?
Yes.
The resolution under item 9.1 will pass 5-0.
All right, let's move to the next item.
Take us on to item 9.2, which is actually 4 public hearings for the 51st annexation to CFD 2003-2 for police services, the 59th annexation to CFD 2006-1 for maintenance services, the 39th annexation to Street Maintenance District 1, Zone 3 AB, and the 4th being the 33rd annexation to Stormwater Drainage Fee Zone 2.
Good evening. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Screen coming in clear, and we're hearing you loud and clear, Renee. Please proceed.
Perfect. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. I'm Renee Attar, Finance Analyst for the city. I'm here this evening with a presentation for proposed annexations into the city's special tax districts. Just a little bit of background on the special tax districts. The city maintains 8 special tax districts. The requirements are specific for each project and vary according to the geographic location and building use. Annexations into the appropriate districts are typically part of a project's approval process, and each special tax district is subject to annual rate adjustments. Oops. Sorry about that. Tonight, there are 2 projects that are being proposed for annexation into the various 4 districts on the screen. The first is CFD 2003-2 Police Services, which provides for public safety services. The second is CFD 2006-1 Maintenance Services, which provides for maintenance services throughout the city of Elk Grove, such as for public parkways, parks, open space, sand walls, fencing, pedestrian bridges. The third district is the Street Maintenance District number 1, which provides for local collector and arterial street maintenance services. And the last is the Stormwater Drainage Fees Zone 2, which provides for stormwater drainage and runoff maintenance services. Since all 4 taxes do provide ongoing services, they will all be assessed in perpetuity. More specifically about each project, the first is Hearthstone Homes, which is a residential project consisting of 21 single-family residential units located southeast of Calvine Road and Elk Grove Florin Road. It is proposed to be annexed into CFD 2003-2 Police Services, Street Maintenance District 1, Zone 3, and Stormwater Drainage Fees Zone 2. It is also proposed to be annexed into CFD 2006-1 Maintenance Services, but due to a delay in the zone assignment, that project, the project will be considered for annexation into that CFD at the next City Council meeting on August 26th. The resolution of intent for CFD 2006-1 was adopted at the July 22nd City Council meeting. And the second project is Laguna Crossroads Lot 13, which is a non-residential project consisting of about 9.6 acres. It is located northeast of Laguna Boulevard and Bruceville Road, and it is proposed to be annexed into CFD 2006-1 and Stormwater Drainage Fee Zone 2. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
And Mayor and Council, I just hop in real quick. The first public hearing is intended for CFD 2003-2. My apologies in the notes. I had it as a different number, but we'd start off with the police services one.
That's 2003-2, you said?
2003-2 is how it kicks off. Unfortunately, just above it, I had the wrong number in there. But if we kick off as it is in the yellow highlight, we're good.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you. At this point, I want to declare public hearing open for CFD 2003-2. Open and open for public comment. Mr. Clerk, is there anyone signed up to speak?
I've not received any comments for any of these 4 public hearings under 9.2, either prior to the meeting or during, but I'll check it as we're moving through. But no comments have been received.
Okay, then I want to go ahead and close public comment and declare public hearing CFD 2003-2 closed. Motion A1?
Motion A1.
Motion? There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Get a second. And you could provide the results of the ballot tabulation, Mr. Clerk?
Before we get there, unfortunately for these, this will take a little bit of time. We do have to go through the process of the roll call votes, and then I will hit
that's right.
Yes. We'll go to the ballot tabulation after that. But I'll start with the roll call vote. Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Detrick.
Yes.
And Mayor Lee.
Yes.
And thank you everyone for your patience as we move through this process. It's part of the environment that we operate in under the teleconference. But with that, the resolution will pass 5-0. And for that ballot tabulation of 21 possible votes, 21 affirmative votes were cast, authorizing the city of Elk Grove to levy a special tax at the rate apportioned and described. The measure passes with more than 2/3 of all votes cast in the election in favor of the measure. A resolution declaring the results of the election is available for council consideration.
All right, motion A2.
Motion A1.
No, we already did motion A1. It's motion A2.
I mean, A2, sorry. Yep.
Okay. Second.
Okay,
With
there's a
that, we have a motion and second on the resolution of A2. That roll call vote, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Detrick.
Yes.
And Mayor Lee.
Yes.
And that'll pass 5-0.
All right, motion A3.
Introduced and
Motion
waive
A3.
full reading by substitution of title only, an ordinance levying and apportioning the special tax and territory annex to Community Facilities District number 2003-2, Police Services Annexation number 51, and amending Elk Grove Municipal Code Section 3.18.010.
All right.
Second.
It's a motion and a second, and roll call, please.
And that roll call vote, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Detrick.
Yes.
And Mayor Lee.
Yes.
The ordinance of A3 will pass 5-0. That'll take us to
All
our
right.
second public hearing.
Excellent. Second public hearing is for CFD 2006-1, Annex 59. Want to declare public hearing open for CFD 2006-1. And open for public comment. Mr. Clerk, is there anyone signed up to speak?
At this time, I do not have any additional commenters on this item.
Okay, and then want to close public comment and declare public hearing for CFD 2006-1 close. And motion B1.
Motion B1.
Got a motion. Is there a second? There's a second. Roll call vote.
For the roll call vote on motion B1, that would be Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Detrick.
Yes.
And Mayor Lee.
Yes, and result tabulation, please.
That item will pass 5-0. Of 10 possible votes, 10 affirmative votes were cast authorizing the city of Elk Grove to levy a special tax at the rate apportioned and described. The measure passes with more than 2/3 of all votes cast in the election in favor of the measure. A resolution declaring the results of the election is available for council consideration.
Okay, motion B2.
Motion B2.
Second.
Got a motion second. Roll call vote.
For the roll call vote, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Detrick.
Yes.
And Mayor Lee.
Yes.
That resolution will pass 5-0. That'll take us to the ordinance action of motion B3.
Okay, motion B3.
Motion B3, introduce and waive the full reading by substitution of title only, an ordinance levying and apportioning the special tax and territory annexed to Community Facilities District number 2006-1, Maintenance Services, annexation number 59, and amending Elk Grove Municipal Code section 3.19.010.
Okay, got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. And do
Roll
we
call
need a
vote.
vote on this?
Roll call vote. Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Detrick.
Yes.
And Mayor Lee.
Yes.
The ordinance will pass 5-0. That'll take us on to our third public hearing of this item.
Okay, that's SMD Zone 3-AB Annex 39. Want to declare public hearing open for SMD 3-AB Annex 39 and open for public comment. Is there anyone signed up to speak?
And I do not have anybody on my systems.
Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and close public comment and declare public hearing closed for SMD 3AB Annex 39. And if you could, results of the ballot tabulation, please, Mr. Clerk.
There is no majority protest. Of 21 possible votes weighted according to the proportional financial obligation for each property, 21 affirmative votes were returned. The ballot approves the proposed assessment and the proposed inflation adjustment limit described for the parcels identified in the ballots. A resolution determining the levy assessments in the district is available for council consideration.
Right. Excellent.
Motion
Is there a
C.
motion?
Second,
Motion
Got a
C.
motion? There's a second.
And that roll call vote, Councilmember Nguyen,
yes.
Councilmember Hume,
Aye.
Councilmember Suen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Detrick. Check in one more. I think we got a yes there, and Mayor Lee.
Yes.
That will pass 5-0 for motion C. And that'll close out for that public hearing. We're on to our fourth public hearing under this item 9.2.
Okay, 9.2. SWDF Annex 33. I want to declare that public hearing open and open for public comment. Is there anyone sign up to speak?
And my comms are clear. I don't have any further requests to speak for this item.
Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and close public comment and declare public hearing closed for SWDF Annex 33. And tabulation, please.
And again, there is no majority protest. Of 31 possible votes weighted according to the proportional financial obligation for each property, 31 affirmative votes were returned. The ballots approved the proposed assessment and the proposed inflation adjustment limits described for the parcels identified in the ballots. Resolution determining the levy assessments in the district is available for council consideration.
Okay, motion D.
Motion D.
Got a motion?
Second.
Got a second? Roll call, please.
For that roll call, Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Councilmember Hume,
Aye.
Councilmember Suen,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Detrick,
Yes.
and Mayor Lee.
Yes.
And that motion D will pass 5-0, and that'll conclude item 9.2. With that, that'll take us on to section 10, our regular agenda action items and recommendations, starting with item 10.1, which is to consider a resolution establishing the City of Elk Grove COVID-19 Small Business Recovery Grant Program.
Great. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Daryl Doan, your Economic Development Director. I am here to present to you tonight a proposal for the COVID-19 Small Business Recovery Grant Program, and that is the action that you consider establishing the grant program this evening. By way of background, on July 22nd of 2020, the council approved a $2.2 million budget for CARES Act funding. CARES is the Federal Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act of 2020. When you took that action, you earmarked $750,000 for small business grants, and staff was directed to develop a grant program and return to council in August. At your direction, staff evaluated a number of successful COVID-19 grant programs from a cross-section of cities around the state, and we evaluated best practices from key economic development organizations. So we have established a program, policies, procedures, and guidelines, which is Exhibit A to the resolution in front of you tonight. The key eligibility criteria for businesses to receive these grants. Grants will be up to $25,000 for companies with 20 FTEs or less. FTE is full-time equivalent employee. That is an employee who typically works 2,080 hours per year. So the grants would be $1,250 per FTE equivalent. Businesses must have revenues of less than $3 million. They must physically operate in Elk Grove. They must be open or plan to reopen as soon as possible if they were closed due to COVID. They must demonstrate revenue loss of 25% or more due to the coronavirus pandemic, and they must be in good standing with the city and complying with all laws and regulations. So we've established 3 funding allocation levels so that we can distribute these funds across different size businesses. So the first allocation level is businesses with 1 to 2 FTEs. They would be eligible for grants up to $2,500, and we've set aside 25% of the funds reserved for businesses at that level. The next tranche is 3 to 10 FTEs, grants up to $12,500, and 25% of funds have been set aside for those businesses. And the final allocation level is 11 to 20 FTEs, grants up to $25,000, and 50% of the funds have been set aside for businesses at that level. Owners can count as an FTE if they work for the business, and part-time employees can be converted to FTEs. For example, 2 part-time employees would equal 2 part-time employees working 1,040 hours would equal 1 full-time equivalent employee. The funds can be used for a number of general business purposes as long as they are reimbursing for costs associated with coronavirus closures or revenue reductions. Those include general business operations, payroll, supplier payments, rent, lease, or mortgage payments, and PPE, personal protective equipment, and sanitation supplies, and other similar categories. The application process would consist of a 1-week online-only application period where businesses could apply at www.elkgrovecity.org/COVID-19biz. That is our main COVID-19 business portal. The selection process would consist of the following. All applications received would be screened for eligibility under the program guidelines. Grant recipients would be then chosen by a random drawing of eligible businesses from each funding allocation level. Operating status, employment, and revenues would be verified for the selected recipients. Each business accepting a grant would be required to sign an affidavit, waiver, and release form. Payments would be made by electronic funds transfer only. We expect several thousand applications, and we estimate only being able to provide 50 to 100 grants. So for example, if we provided grants to 75 businesses at an average grant amount of $10,000, I totally screwed that up. If we could provide 75 grants to eligible businesses if the average grant amount was $10,000. So the recommendation before you tonight, again, is to adopt a resolution establishing the City of Elk Grove COVID-19 Small Business Recovery Grant Program. And I'd be glad to take any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Are there any questions? No questions. Crystal clear. Okay, at this point, I want to open for public comment. Mr. Clerk, does anyone sign up to speak?
I had no signups prior to the meeting and none now as I check my comms for item 10.1.
Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. Council deliberation and direction.
I'll move staff's recommendation.
Second.
I'll second.
So before I call the vote, I just want to say, Mr. Doan, good job on this and packaging it. And I think that this is something that the business community has been inquiring, and so I'm real excited that I sense that hopefully the council will be. It sounds like we're very supportive of this already, but this is something that's very much needed. So thank you for your hard work. And let's roll call, please.
So for the motion by Hume, second by Detrick for the resolution of item 10.1, the roll call vote, I will go to Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
I just want to preface my vote with I'm glad we can do a little something for our businesses. I know it won't be enough, but at least we're able to do something. And that's an enthusiastic yes.
Vice Mayor Detrick.
And I'll agree. Another great program. Big yes.
And Mayor Lee.
Yes. All right.
That resolution will pass 5-0. That will take us on to item 10.2, which is consider a resolution establishing the CARES nonprofit grant program.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This is Sarah Bontrager, your Housing and Public Services Manager. This item I have before you tonight kind of goes along with the one that Daryl just presented. As at the same council meeting where you allocated funding for that program, you allocated $200,000 to support nonprofits that were negatively impacted by COVID-19. Similar to the economic development program, we do expect substantial demand from our nonprofits for that program. And so we have created a set of guidelines, which is what we're asking you to approve tonight, to distribute those funds in the amounts of between $3,000 and $25,000 per nonprofit. We have some eligibility criteria for the nonprofits. They need to primarily serve Elk Grove residents or Elk Grove businesses, and be an IRS tax exempt nonprofit, be able to meet our insurance requirements, a few other basic eligibility requirements. We are recommending excluding those nonprofits that have already received allocations from our CDBG coronavirus allocation, which you may recall we distributed about a little over $100,000 back in April, and we still have some additional funds to distribute through that pool of funding, and we're expecting to get some more from HUD. And so for those nonprofits that have already received that, they may be able to receive additional funds through that source. So this program was really intended to assist those nonprofits who aren't eligible for that funding source. We're proposing a short application period starting this Friday and ending 2 weeks from then on August 28th. Working with public affairs and our extensive list of nonprofits who have been interested in city funding to get the word out about this. And then after we collect applications, reviewing them and working with a review panel made up of some citizens that will ultimately make a recommendation to the council on what to fund. And we expect to bring that back to the council in late September. Time is of the essence, of course, because the funds do need to be spent by December 30th. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Are there any questions?
No questions.
No questions. Good job. This time I want to open for public comment. Mr. Clerk, anyone sign up to speak?
I had no prior requests to sign up to speak on this item, and none have been received for this item.
And I want to close public comment. Actually, Sarah, I did think of a question. This is pretty unique, isn't it?
Many cities we were able to find are running a similar program at some different scales and with some different focuses. The city of Sacramento has a large program that they're running with their CARES funds that's really focused on arts and cultural organizations. Mm-hmm. And so ours is intended to be broader. I'm not aware of any other cities in the region that are doing it besides Sacramento, but I think a lot of folks are still trying to figure out what they're going to do with their CARES funding. So there may be others that follow.
Actually, the city of Sacramento has different buckets. One is around workforce development, also around youth. There is a bucket around arts and tourism. There's also a bucket around homelessness and how it's impacted the homeless community. And then small businesses as well, too. So there's several areas. Of course, they also have $89 million to spend. So they're definitely going through a process right now in getting that money out. But as Ms. Bontrager mentioned, it is a turnaround time is really of the essence only because the funds all need to be spent by December 30th. And as you know, we start getting into the holiday season at the same time. And so these nonprofits really need to know how much they are going to receive so that they can plan accordingly and start using those funds.
Mayor, Councilmember Soon here.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge Sarah's work in this arena, the CDBG program. And it's just also, again, it's just good to get some help out to folks. And I was happy to hear that there'll be other sources of funding for the nonprofits in the future as well. So with that, unless Councilmember Nguyen, you wanted to make that motion, I'll second, or I'll make the motion.
You could make the motion. I'll second.
Okay, I'm moving the motion. Staff's recommendation.
Second.
And a motion and a second. All right. Let's roll call vote, please.
For that roll call vote, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Detrick.
It's a yes with a great job, Sarah, and another great program. It never ceases to amaze me all that our team's able to do. Keep up the great work. Thank you.
And Mayor Lee.
Yes.
The resolution will pass 5-0 under item 10.2, and that will take us on to item 10.3. which is to receive an update on Project Elevate, the Civic Center North property, provide direction on next steps, and consider a resolution declaring the property at 9697 Johnston Road as surplus and authorizing the city manager to send notices of availability as required by law.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Christopher Jordan. On behalf of Daryl and myself, we're really excited to bring you an update on Project Elevate, what we've been working on for the last several months, and talk about potential next steps with this. So tonight we're going to run through some history on the sites that we're going to be talking about and the concept plans we've been pulling together, the process we've gone through, talk in more detail about phase one and the design concept itself, and then we'll go through some proposed next steps. So just a little bit of brief background. As you may recall, this site, which we're going to talk about, is some of us referred to as the Civic Center North property. It's 20 acres at the southeast corner of Elk Grove Boulevard and Bighorn. It's directly adjacent to District 56, which is the 56-acre Civic Park site. This property was dedicated to the city as part of the Laguna Ridge Specific Plan project in about 2004, when that plan was approved. The concept at the time was that over this entire 76-acre block, that a series of town greens and plazas and collection of civic uses would be developed. This would include some sort of sporting component, which we now have with the aquatics piece. It includes library and performing arts components, which are now planned, community center, and a variety of other things. There was also consideration for potential location of City Hall complex and police headquarters facilities. But those are no longer being explored at this time as we continue to make investments in the Laguna Palms campus. But what the specific plan did talk about, which I think is important, is this idea of a 2-acre town green and plazas that are essentially located as gathering spaces for events, that architecture is pedestrian scaled and varied in form, that there's a mix of uses that encourages pedestrian activity. So really a lot going into the site about creating a community and furthering community values. So jump ahead a little bit to 2016, and staff began exploring an idea of creating what we call a lifestyle shopping center project. And through the course of the development of this idea, we focused on the North Civic Center site because we really saw that as being the key location for this sort of project to go. This idea of a lifestyle center project, it gives elevated shopping. You've got a mix of high-end dining and entertainment options and boutique retail spaces, highly amenitized, meaning there's lots of places for people to gather and really have that sense of community and engagement. And that ultimately people want to be there for an extended period of time. This is a place people want to go and enjoy. It's your living room of the community. And building off of this idea that we've created with District 56 is one of the reasons we sort of start zeroing in on this site with the just 20-acre site. So the objective here has been to create an elevated level of retail, dining, and entertainment amenities in the city that at the same time develops a site with enhanced design elements that promote pedestrian activity, including central public gathering spaces. And it's for these reasons staff has been referring to this project over the course of our efforts as Project Elevate. So there's 5 key elements that are incorporated in this: shopping, entertainment, workspace, living spaces to give access to the necessary retail to support those. The idea again here is that somebody could visit for an extended period of time, perhaps even a half day or longer, and not just for one simple errand trip while you're running out to grab something at the store. Additionally, that somebody could live on site, work on site, have entertainment on site, meet their daily needs on site. So really creating a more comprehensive and fully immersed center. So I'll go over a little bit about what some of these components include. We'll start with retail. This is more than just transactional experience. There's quality retail that's here. There's opportunities for interaction, both from sort of a product perspective, but also from a community perspective, that there's a creation of gathering that occurs. Entertainment, we feel, is a core component of this. It provides another social component, a family component, and creates an additional destination for the activity for the site. On the residential side, helping to round out that there is a comprehensive look of uses here. These areas include gathering spaces, both internal and external, and again, promotes that concept of community. On the office side, and of course, we're seeing a lot of changes in the office market these last several months. But we think that, again, continue with this idea of a communal space, a community space, that there would be opportunities for office areas that allow for collaboration and allow for gathering of employees. There would also potentially be a hospitality component. This is something that could build off of District 56. We have the Aquatic Center, we have the community hall, and the event space that could happen there. We also have the future Performing Arts Center. So rounding out that trio with an additional hospitality component where people could make this an opportunity to come and stay and engage in those uses, we think is a vital component. So as we've looked at these aspects, we've started looking around not just the region, but the country at examples that could potentially be a foundation for us to look at this. And some of these 4 sites, which we'll mention this evening, and there are many others that we've been looking at. I think these are 4 key ones, though. Some of these may be sites that you've gone to and seen in your own experiences, but they include the Fountains up in Roseville, Mosaic in Fairfax, Virginia, Avalon in Alpharetta, Georgia, and Santana Row in San Jose. All of these examples include multi-story development, a mix of uses. Some are just retail, entertainment, and office. Others incorporate residential as an added piece. They include social interaction spaces, high quality architecture. So these are good opportunities for models for how we could approach this project and what the range of environment could start to look like. So a little bit more on why we think that the 20 acres is the ideal location for this site. It really builds off of District 56. Again, we have these anchor uses there, which could allow this site to really flourish. Again, it's on Elk Grove Boulevard, which is a major arterial through the city. It connects both the east and west sides of the community. So it's a key corridor and has great visibility. And there's also surrounding retail, residential uses, the future Dignity Hospital, all of these things that start to create a good backbone of activity along the corridor that we could build off of and add additional destination piece to it. So as staff's approached this effort, we've laid out a 3-phase strategy to sort of get to realization of this. And starting at phase 1 is really about creating a site plan and programming. As an owner of the site, we can establish what the vision is. We're not waiting for the market to come to us and us respond simply as a land use agency. We can set the tone for this, set the expectation. Phase 2 then gets to how we promote the site and the disposition. How do we get a development partner to engage with us, possibly even more than one development partner, breaking it up into phases, and then ultimately realizing that site with development of the site. So we started this phase 1 effort on the design side last summer, starting with hiring of ELS Architecture, who actually helped us with the Aquatic Center piece previously over at District 56. So they know the site, they know the community, and they helped us to identify a vision and create an illustrative plan, which we'll talk about this evening, for development of the project. And Ryan Call from ELS is on the line this evening if you have any questions about the design itself. In January of this year, we augmented the team with Kaiser Marston Associates, who helped us prepare a pro forma analysis on the project. And we'll talk a little bit more in a minute about outreach, but we did do some initial outreach in October of last year, sharing some initial concepts of the site with the community and did get some good positive feedback. But again, future phases will talk more about the promoting the site and marketing it to potential development partners, how we select a partner, and then ultimately get to construction. So again, I want to focus on this vision for the site. Ryan and his team at ELS helped us zero in on this and I think lay out a good framework for it. It's about creating this dynamic mixed-use district and an elevated quality of place. It's contemporary in design, it has walkable elements, best-in-class amenities, and that it has an integration with District 56. We've invested so much there, we really need to build off of those good bones. Part of ELS's work and their subconsultant Hoffman Strategies was identifying the market potential and demand for a project like this. This built off of prior work from 2018 that Daryl and his team worked on, looking at sales leakage that's in the community. What Hoffman ultimately came back to us and said was, retail that occurs here ought to be resident focused. We don't have a daytime employment population, at least we didn't a year ago. Certainly with people working from their homes is a little bit different circumstance these days, but really a resident focus of retail. What are those retail amenities that could focus on the residential user, and targeting a size of about 100,000 to 160,000 square feet of retail space. And that space ought to be a mix of both local and boutique and national users, include the wide range. There ought to be an entertainment user to help provide a little bit of an anchor for the site. We should be looking at high density market rate residential that includes amenities. If you look around the residential market in Elk Grove, we have a lot of single family, a lot of upper income single family development. That is good for a portion of the segment, but looking at the multifamily side is important. And that's something we've not seen really developed here the last couple of years for a variety of reasons. So we think there is a hole in that market today. Office is another key component to the site. For phase one, Hoffman was recommending about 100,000 square feet. These numbers are from, again, a year ago. So that may be more variable as we go forward into a first phase construction project. But the idea here is we really want to slowly introduce these components into the market and not overbuild on day one. And on the hotel side, an upscale limited service hotel. This is not a 4-star facility with a big convention space. This is something that has high room quality, some limited service. It's got a in-hotel restaurant, but it's not something that is sort of overblown. And that's a category of hotelier that I don't think we have in the community at this point. So Ryan and his team drew up 3 initial concepts, which you see here. And again, we showed these to the community back in October of last year. All of these have a central spine that connects Elk Grove Boulevard to District 56. And what's key difference between these is the location of a central plaza. And it's how it relates not just on site, but to surrounding uses. So in option 1, we located a plaza space sort of on the smaller end on Civic Center. So it would feed off of that open green space that's out in front of the community center. In option 2, we more centrally located the plaza space so that it was more encapsulated by surrounding uses like ground floor retail. And then in option 3, we moved it up to Elk Grove Boulevard, so there was more connection to the street, more visibility, and more open opportunity. All of these are based upon a grid pattern, which provides multiple access points of connectivity to Elk Grove Boulevard, Bighorn, Civic Center. It creates a really good walkable urban environment, and it allows for phased development. So through multiple iterations, this is the final concept plan that staff and ELS and the rest of the team have come up with, and what we're recommending this evening as the basis to move forward. It maintains that grid pattern. It centrally locates the plaza components. Retail flanks it on either side to create a very intimate environment, very human scaled environment. There's opportunity for an entertainment user on the second floor of one of those retail buildings. You can see the entrance to it here, this orange block. Just a moment. So this orange block here is the entrance to that entertainment, and then it would span the second floor of this building. And this would be sort of the loading component for that. There would be structured parking in the ultimate configuration. So behind this retail building would be one structured component, and there'd be a second parking structure that would serve the balance of the development, this sort of core office area over here. We do have a mix of office and residential components, and these 2 blocks, particularly this northwest block, has a lot of flexibility to it depending on how the market transitions over time. This could build out with office in this area. It could easily transition to residential. And then on the hotel piece, we felt the best location for that was on Civic Center with a good presence and connectivity back to the Performing Arts Center, the Aquatic Center, the Community Center. This concept allows for parcelization of the site, meaning we could break it up off of the street grid, create true public streets through the site, and then each of those blocks could be individually put out for development as the market is ready to absorb that square footage. So here you can see information about the acreages of those sites, what the potential building square footages would be, and how that parking would be allocated across the site. An additional component that's in the plan set is a concept lease plan. This is just an idea, but it helps to give a sense about how the individual tenants could relate to each other and how a retail developer may look at sort of tenanting this space, meaning what sort of uses, what users could be in these different spaces. So you can see a collection of, say, a larger format retail, not larger format like a Walmart per se, but larger for this square footage. It's about 8,000 to 10,000 square feet that's up on Elk Grove Boulevard, takes advantage of that frontage and visibility opportunity. A variety of restaurants, both fast casual and full service sit-down dining in several locations around the site. Specialty food components, retail, soft and hard goods, and then again, that entertainment component. And then you can see the hotel space there at the back end. We did look at sort of the surrounding context of the site, and there's an adjoining piece to the east of the site that's owned by Pappas Investments. We think that'd be a great opportunity long-term for some higher density single family residential. So to complement that, we looked at doing or adding in some personal service, community or civic spaces on the ground floor of that parking structure. And that's a component that you see over here on the east side of the site plan. For that central open space area, elevating gathering. This is a real awesome place that people want to come to and hang out, and you can engage with all these different uses. So the landscape architect prepared this, broke it up in this corridor. So on your left is Elk Grove Boulevard. On the right is District 56, and you can see how this spine gets created with sort of an entry hall component up along Elk Grove Boulevard in that first block space. There's a core development in the middle, and then this rail piece that's really more about connecting the user back down to District 56. This open space has a variety of activities going on in it. It allows for gathering and some programming spaces if that's the end desire. It also has a number of kiosk buildings providing for smaller retail footprints, maybe some smaller restaurant concepts. It could allow for retail concepts to be tested out and iterated over time before moving into a larger space, if that was something the market wanted to do. Another concept that's in here in 1 or 2 spots, and I'll point out real briefly, is this piece right here. You can see it in the concept of the on-street parking. This is called a parklet. Essentially, it takes a parking space and turns it into an extension of the adjoining use. In this case, this could be a restaurant. You want some outdoor seating along the sidewalk. Here you could reclaim one of those parking spaces, put in some temporary or movable seating area, protect it off from the roadway, and really create an additional inviting opportunity. So now I'm going to move into some renderings that ELS has prepared. I'll talk about each of these a little bit briefly, but they give you a really good sense of what the quality and character of the space could be in the future as development would occur over time. So this particular rendering is looking sort of bird's eye view from Elk Grove Boulevard, looking south towards District 56. So in the foreground, you see the hall entry space, then the core and the rail behind it. The hotel is that sort of gray and yellow building in the center of the photo, and then you see District 56 in the background. The architecture that we're looking at here is more contemporary, includes steel and glass with a lot of clean lines. It's meant to be timeless, something that will last a very long time, has high quality pieces to it, and really is reflective of the environment that we're creating. This next rendering looks from District 56. Essentially, you're sort of over the aquatic center. Again, bird's eye looking north over the site. So you can see the hotel in the foreground, Elk Grove Boulevard in the background. What you can also see in the foreground on the left side of the photo is the residential component and how that has a lot more of an urban experience to it with courtyard pieces, has potentially wraparound structured parking to it, and really creates a more urban feel. This next photo is essentially from the 2nd or 3rd floor of the residential building, looking out to the Center Plaza area. You can get a real good sense of what the landscaping is in this area, how it's meant to be really open, inviting, softens the architecture and complements it very well. It gives great opportunity for public art to be incorporated, maybe some water features, and you can get a sense of the scaling of these buildings, that you have 1 and 2 story here along these pieces. And as you move out from it, there's better opportunities for higher story developments, multi-story development. And then finally, this is from the plaza itself. Looking across, you can get a sense of where gathering spaces could be incorporated in the design. and these kiosk pieces, and just the width of this area just really is very inviting and pleasant and warm. So let's talk about money, the financial modeling. Kaiser Marston helped us with this, as well as ELS and their estimating team member. This was prepared, though, in February, pre-COVID data. So it's the height of the construction market, which really lends itself to what does this, it reflects a lot of complications and a lot of headwinds that could be out there. Part of that relates to the comparative data. Projects like this really don't exist in the Sacramento market today. There are some examples, but this really is pushing the envelope a little bit. So we have to look to San Francisco for comparable construction data. That has a much higher labor rates, higher material rates, so we have to factor those things in. But we also need to use local lease data. And again, projects like this, on the whole, don't exist in the Sacramento market. This project will need to push those lease rates, and we have seen example projects in the region that have started to do that when they have the right quality and characteristics to them. So as we start looking through this data, what we see is initially, there's a deficiency at build out. If we tried to build all of the site out in one phase, it's not necessarily going to pencil. It's going to have a lot of deficiencies to it. A phased approach would work a lot better. And we can look at that phased approach first and foremost at the block level. So which blocks come online first versus others. We can also look at it in terms of the architecture. It could be that a first phase building, the first building coming out of the ground, may not be that high pinnacle of architecture that we want to see. It could be something a little bit lower, still better than what we may have in other parts of the city. So it pushes the envelope, but not that pinnacle piece. And that can help make this project a little bit more market feasible. We want to be flexible as the market continues to evolve, particularly as we come out of COVID and look at what the retail space is going to look like and the office space demands are going to be. So it could be a case where we leave certain areas longer to develop, or we consider making changes to this plan. For instance, that office block in the northwest corner of the site, maybe that transitions to more residential because there could be more demand for residential uses. Really, though, what the modeling has told us and the conversations we have had with the team and others has been, let's build interest in this project based upon early phases. Let's see development happen and prove the concepts and the interest. And as that happens, we will begin to see potential increases in rent values and really start to build out this site over time. So next steps for consideration. First and foremost, we want to get council support, or we're hoping to have council support this evening for the project and division. So that's first recommendation to you. Then we want to talk about the disposition process and the surplus property designation and how we market the site and then ultimately get to development. For surplus property, we've discussed this before back in March for other sites. Essentially, the way the law currently is, we cannot move straight to an RFQ, RFP process, request for qualifications, proposal for site development. We have to first designate the site as surplus because it's not going to be for a governmental purpose, like a city hall or police station or library. So our recommendation is that we declare that the property is surplus this evening. That starts a clock where we have to send notices out to both other governmental agencies as well as qualified housing developers that the state has on a registry and give them an opportunity in 60 days to identify an interest in the property. We then have to go through a minimum 90-day good faith negotiation, but there's no obligation to, there's an obligation to negotiate, but there's no obligation to consummate or complete the transaction. So we will talk a lot with anybody that's interested about what these concepts are and what we're trying to further on the property. Once that clock is completed, we can move forward with formal marketing efforts for the site. So what might that start to look like? Your staff report lays out 3 options. First one, option A, is what we call the long-term partnership. This is where once we get through the surplus property designation and through that clock, we would start putting out RFQ, RFP to get a master developer that would be responsible for full build out of the site. It may still need to be, and likely would still be phased and built out over an extended period, but it'd have responsibility with one entity to orchestrate all of that. It's likely, though, based upon the research we've done, that there would be a need, high likelihood for city financial assistance in making that work. So for a variety of reasons, we don't think that's the right way to go at this point. The next option we call the early win. essentially, again, declaring the property surplus and getting through that process, we try to identify an initial developer that can help us with a phase one construction project. And we think once the market returns, the hotel is that key piece to get things going. And then we would, through that effort, see construction as soon as possible and start to build the market for the balance of the site. We would, through that, start to look at parcelization of the site, identifying what those lots and street patterns and designs would be. It may even necessitate some public development of infrastructure, those public streets across the site. So there may be less or not necessarily financial assistance, depending on that infrastructure need and how we want to proceed with that. It could also be that developer needs some assistance to get the project to pencil in the near term. Option C, which is staff's recommendation, is what we call wait and see. Here, we just get through the surplus property designation, and we continue to monitor the market. What's going to happen over time with the economy, social conditions, and as things start to change, we can begin some informal outreach with potential development partners and potentially even move quickly into option B with a formal RFQ, RFP process. So at this point, there would be no financial assistance needed on the project. We've budgeted funds in the current fiscal year to sort of set up for option C and get ready for option B as we need to. So with that, option C is staff's recommendation. So that concludes my presentation this evening. Daryl and Ryan and I are all available for questions if you have them.
Are there any questions?
Mayor, as Councilmember Soon, I have a couple questions.
Councilman Soon, go ahead.
Yeah, CJ, first I want to thank you and the team for your work. It's a vision that's a long time coming, I think. I think our residents have been clamoring for some fun things to do here in the city, and I think this definitely represents that if we can bring it to fruition. Having said that, a couple of questions I had was regarding, first of all, you mentioned the parklets, I guess. Are there other things maybe you or ELS have looked at in terms of adapting for COVID? If we happen to have to live in a COVID environment going forward, are there other things that the plan would have to accommodate? And then secondly, you mentioned about the police station. You mentioned about public buildings. My question would be, is there any consideration to perhaps plan for a police station on site to provide, more public safety security on there? And then finally, when things do get going forward, if we're going to be successful in igniting this interest, minimizing the entitlement time frame for any interested developer is going to be important. And so is there any work that you need to do or would like to do up front to make sure those things are ready to go? Thank you.
Sure. So I think your first question was on the COVID sort of response piece. I think and Ryan and I haven't talked about this extensively. Again, this design work was wrapping up in March, so we haven't really planned anything. We haven't really explored any of that issue much. I will say what we've been seeing, what I've been noticing more, and you can see some of this sort of with existing retailers, particularly restaurants today. BJ's doesn't have any outdoor dining as part of their normal operation, but they've set up a large tent in the parking lot and it's allowed them to do outdoor dining. I think having those outdoor spaces that provide flexibility where people could get a meal and go outside and sit, whether it's on a park bench or at a formal table, giving that level of flexibility is going to be key. And that's a lot about what this site plan, the concept that's been put together, responds to, is it gives those opportunities. So I think that's one key piece of it. I think there's other stuff that we'll have to just monitor the market. I'm sure there's retail developers that are going to be trying things. They may already be. And we'll just have to keep an ear out for those. There needs to be flexibility in the plan overall to be able to respond to that stuff. So getting to your question on the entitlement process, we could certainly come through and do some entitlements now. I'd recommend against that, though, because this is more of a vision plan at this stage. I think what we need to do is bring in the development partner or partners and have them come up with their specific design pieces. Getting it ready, though, if we are interested in more the multi-developer process, which I think Daryl and I would subscribe to at this point and how the market cycle is tending to shape up, is perhaps looking at what public infrastructure the city could at some point deliver. There are financial considerations there, so it would be some time before we'd be ready to do that, but getting that grid network established and utilities pulled through the site would allow for site development to really be limited to just the block itself, and you start to get something that looks more like an urban scale development. So that's something we're gonna have to monitor over time and consider the financial limitations that we have. Did I get all three of your questions?
The final was just whether or not just
the police.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we've not heard that request yet from the chief or his staff. We'll certainly continue to explore that. I will say on the original mall plans, there was a concept of a kiosk or patrol station office space at the mall in the original plans from about 2007. And I believe those, the chief at the time in 2014 did not see a need for that. But current chief and I have not discussed it yet. So that's something we'll continue to look at. And if that's something that works in with their patrol models and their service needs, we could certainly figure out an opportunity to incorporate something.
Sure, that makes sense. Yeah, thank you very much.
Any other questions?
Not a question, but I just want to echo Councilmember Suin's comments. You know, obviously he and I serve on the Economic Development Ad Hoc Committee, and so this is not the first time we've seen this schematic. And I just want to commend staff and the consultants for all of the work they put into offering up the different options. And I think we arrived at this option that really it provides that good interface between the traditional development to the north and the civic uses to the south, and provides the opportunity for the commercial developer on either side of this to incorporate and play off of, you know, what the city, as noted in the staff report, is probably going to have to take an active role in encouraging this project to come to fruition, which may include, as was noted, financial incentives. But I like something that Councilmember Suin said that sort of plays into what we did when we adopted permit simplicity. And that if we can come up with the overall schematic, assuming we don't go with a master developer who is able to control things on their timeline, but if we developed a master plan and master schematic and architectural themes and everything, that we could streamline those entitlement processes as one of the other ways that the city can make the project more feasible without a lot of you know, financial investment.
Sure, we can definitely take a look at that. I think our district development plan process could lend itself to that. And we have a lot of the bone structure there in order to do that. So we could look at things like completing CEQA, environmental review approval for the site, and set that initial tone. And then we could review each building independently for its own architecture. And then if there was a potential change we had to look at, we could certainly amend those approvals. So we can take a look at that, absolutely.
Yeah, obviously a DDP clears the sort of 30,000 foot level hurdles, but I was getting something even that goes maybe a step farther of on the ground. And then the last thing that I just want to say is that you know, it's important to me that whatever option we choose, that we are mindful of not putting our thumb on the scale with respect to city taking over you know, private sector development interests that you know, if the competition gets fierce.
Okay. Any other questions, comment?
Yes, Vice Mayor Detrick. You know, one of the things that I've said many times, that we have everything from middle down across the city. And just the name Project Elevate, to be able to elevate a project and have something unique in Elk Grove that's nothing like anything in Elk Grove, and hopefully better than anything in the region, because it'll be the most modern and the latest technology and businesses that are available. So, you know, I really wholeheartedly support this, and really happy to see a project like this come through. So keep up the great work, and look forward to the rest of the deliberation and going from there.
I don't have a question, but a quick comment. I can't wait till we start having council meetings there. I hear we're going to put a City Hall council chamber there as well too, right?
No, the plan is to keep
Sounds
with
good.
the.
I know I was just kidding. I was just
Okay. Want to make that clear.
That was floated around back in the early days of planning on this site, so you're not that far off the mark of things people have contemplated.
All right. At this point, I want to go ahead and open for public comment. Mr. Clerk, is there any members of the public signed up to speak?
I did have a member of the public request to dial in to speak as the item was going on, but I didn't have any from prior, but I'll look to staff to see if they can patch through Ms. Lynn Wheat for item 10.3.
Okay.
And thank you everyone for your patience as we're working through the system in order to pull folks through, but hopefully we do have some outreach going to Ms. Lynn Wheat in order to pull her in so that she can provide her comments on item 10.3. And while I have a captive audience, here we are. I'll return.
Just kidding. I have Lynn on the phone for you. Lynn, you can go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name's Lynn Wheat, and first I want to commend staff for all their work on this. I appreciated their report, and I like the idea of going with option C and just kind of waiting to see what really happens here. I have a couple of concerns. One of my concerns has to be with what the initial buildings might look like. In the report, it suggested that they might have to be a little bit different because of the cost required, and that maybe future buildings might look a little better. Well, I really don't want us to have something that would look like the Civic Center apartments, and I think it's important when we begin this project that we set the standard initially. And I do understand we're in different times financially, et cetera, with COVID. Maybe this is where we just, as a city, can wait and see. And the other that I'd like to see happen is, since we are considering residential units within that area, I would like to see that we don't have the complexes all at market rate, that we consider providing some affordable housing within that development, especially when we're looking at retail or jobs that may not pay enough for somebody to be able to purchase a home or a condominium. And the other thing that I did notice is that once again, we're going to be front-loading the infrastructure and getting signals in and such. I think that we really need to be cautious as we continue to spend our money in other ways instead of recognizing some of the needs in our community. So I do believe, and I look forward to this project. However, I believe that it is a wait and see, and I really do want to see that high quality within our city. So thank you for your time. And again, staff, I appreciate all your hard work on this. Thank you, and good night.
And that concluded Ms. Wheat's comments, and I have no other speakers signed up to speak on item 10.3.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment, council deliberation and direction. Anything else, members?
I'll enthusiastically support option C, and to send it out to I'm sorry, I forgot this. My dog is distracting me. The extra property.
The surplus property.
Thank you. The surplus property, and we'll adopt the wait and see approach.
Second.
Okay, the direction is option 3, and that's the motion, right, Councilman Sim?
Yeah, I'm making a motion for option C.
All right. Right. The only I would like to chime in as well. This is real exciting, especially seeing the possibilities and seeing what will come to fruition. And I'm real excited that this is going that direction. So that being the case, let's go ahead and call the question.
I think where we are is the first element is whether we have the concurrence of the council on providing the direction on the option of either A, B, or C, and it sounds as though it's option C. The resolution itself is actually regarding the surplus property.
Yeah, I think we have Councilmember Sun, Councilmember Nguyen, and myself supporting option C.
Hume as well.
Okay, we got Hume, the Vice Mayor.
Make it 5.
All right, and then the motion, Councilmember
Adopt the
Sun.
resolution. Adopt the
All right.
resolution.
Got a motion, and there's a second, right, Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, call the question, please.
And with that, the roll call vote, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Detrick.
Yes.
And Mayor Lee.
Yes.
And the resolution under item 10.3 will pass 5-0. That'll take us on to item 10.4, which is to consider censure of the mayor or other appropriate action as directed by the city council.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. John Hobbs, your city attorney. I'll give you a brief staff report and then I'll turn it over to the council to take public comment and deliberate. On July 22nd, your last council meeting, the council directed that the staff report be returned to the council at this meeting to consider the censure of the mayor or take other appropriate action. The staff report before you lays out some of the claims and issues that arose from the last council meeting that the council was concerned about and provides some legal guidance and framework as to what the council's options might be for this evening. I don't have anything further beyond that. I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I'll turn it over to the council to take public comment and then deliberate and take action as you see fit.
Mr. Hobbs, this is Mayor Lee. I have a few questions. Would you be able to detail how many council members have been censured throughout the history of the city?
No council members have been censured. There are 2 attempts that I'm aware of, but I'm not aware of any council members that actually went to a censure vote that was made by the council.
Okay, and currently, do we have a censure policy in place?
We do not have a formal censure policy in place.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, members, should I go ahead and open this up for public comment?
I have a question, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Lindgren, can you tell us how many we have for public comments tonight on this item?
Certainly. So we are just shy of 100 individuals that have asked to be dialed and pulled into the meeting for comment tonight. We received 30 written comments that were circulated to the full council. Since that time tonight, 2 additional emails have come in. I do have a phone message that was left that was circulated to the council and can be replayed. And then we had 3 messages that were left. They were in other languages, but we did have translations, and those translations were distributed out to the council and staff.
And will those 30 written be read as well too? Or are they being requested to be read?
Not all of them are requested to be read. Some of them are, and so I'd leave it at the where we are in that phase and how we've been handling such comments is that if the council provides direction and you do want those comments read, they can be read into the record.
Okay. I only ask because sounds like we have over about 100 calls that are waiting for us to call in. And I know we typically give 3 minutes for public comment, but there are a lot of people that are waiting, and I want to hear from everybody. And if we give folks 3 minutes each, we're looking at 300 minutes. We're looking at, and if we're reading the emails or whatnot as well too, we can be here all night. And I know there are a lot of mothers, families with young children that are on the call waiting as well too. And tomorrow starts the first day of school for many people. So I'm going to ask, and Mr. Hobbs, you can chime in if you wish, but can we ask to limit the time to 1.5 minutes rather than 3 minutes, just so that way we can give everybody the opportunity to call in? As we get later in the evening, I think people start to drop off. So I'd like to see, Mr. Hobbs, if we can do that one.
Sure.
So we can get council's support on that.
Sure. So to answer the question posed to me, yes, the city council does have the discretion to limit the time for public comment as well as the total time for public comment. So if it's a will of the council to limit public comment to 1.5 minutes per speaker on this item, that's within your discretion.
So this is Mayor Lee. We tried this before. I forget what item it was, but previously we tried this and the public wasn't very happy. And I think that it would be unfair that we would do this during COVID-19 and not have anyone present to object to it, because I'm not sure how many of these individuals are actually listening. Not only that, but I think it's important to hear the full comment of individuals that are calling in. I realize that this is something that will take time, but I think it's something that's of importance as well, especially when my name is on the line, and issues and people who are calling in is going to chime in. And I think it's, 3 minutes is not enough. I certainly would explore the possibility of having a separate meeting for this, but nonetheless, we have it during one of our regular meetings. And so I would be opposed to that just because really my reputation is on the line. I think it's important to hear these people out.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
Vice Mayor Detrick. So another option is Paul Lindsay made some really good points about your consideration of resignation. If you're to consider resignation tonight, I think we could forego the rest of the hearing.
Thank you for the suggestion, Vice Mayor. But I think the history of this council, many constituents have called for council members' resignation. And I think that, there are many council members throughout the history who said, we'll take it to November. And that being the case, I just want to highlight the fact that the people put me here. It's not just Mr. Lindsay, and I do appreciate his comment. I do appreciate him not raising the issues. It's all part of our responsibility as concerned citizens to speak up. But let's go ahead and hear everyone, please.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to chime in. Councilmember Hume.
To reduce down to one.
Sorry, go ahead, Detrick.
I said I'm willing to hear everybody, but with the volume, I think we should reduce it down to 1 minute.
Okay, so I appreciate the comments that have been made so far, and I appreciate your point, Mr. Mayor, about your reputation being on the line, or your name being on the line. And I'm most concerned and interested in hearing from you. And so I would support the motion to reduce the individual time of comments.
The Vice Mayor is saying 1 minute. I'm saying 1:30.
I hear 45 seconds.
So this is your city attorney. I'm not sure what motion we have on the floor right now. It sounds like Vice Mayor Detrick made a motion to limit it to 1 minute, which appears to have been seconded by Councilmember Hume. It might seem that Councilmember Nguyen might want to make a substitute motion for 1.5 minutes. But if that's what the maker of the motion, the initial motion, Councilmember Detrick, would accept. Otherwise, it seems like you have a motion on the floor for limiting to 1 minute. Vice Mayor Detrick, if you want to change your motion to 1.5 minutes, consistent with Councilmember Nguyen, I suppose you could do that.
I'll call for the question.
Okay, is that an amendment to your you seconding Councilmember Nguyen, Vice Mayor?
No, I was seconded by Hume for 1 minute, so I call for the question.
Okay, you're calling for 1 minute? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Councilman Hume?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Councilmember Sim.
I just want to ask again, how many How many folks are signed up to speak again?
We're just under 100.
Okay, thank you.
So, I mean, just to give an idea of the what we're talking about here, 100 calls at a minute apiece is 100 minutes. So that's over an hour and a half of public comment. I imagine there's probably going to be a considerable amount of repetition from the speakers, either on either side of the issue. So I think, again, from where I sit, I'm more interested in hearing from the mayor. I certainly appreciate those who are going to cast aspersion his way, as well as those who are going to stand up and support him. But I think we should allow a reasonable amount of time and go for it.
Councilmember Hume, yeah, I would echo that sentiment. I mean, perhaps we could hear from the mayor first and then proceed to public comment. It would just be out of order, but I think we have the prerogative to do that.
Right. I think you have to hear public comments first, right, Mr. Hobbs?
That would be the appropriate approach, yes.
Yeah, and I would stick with that. I mean, I hear you, Councilmember Hume. I do want to hear from the mayor as well, too. But at the same token, I feel like we need to hear from the public as well. Because things may come up that we don't already know about before we make our comments.
Okay, then I guess there's been a call for the question.
Okay, roll call vote.
So for where we're at, the motion is to limit speaker time, total speaker time per individual to 1 minute. Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Detrick.
Yes.
Mayor Lee.
And before I vote, I just want to go on record. This is something that I am opposed to. You know, again, this is in regards to my reputation. This is an issue that relates to me. And this is really, I feel that this is really just not giving me due process. And I renew that, being that we tell people that it's 3 minutes, but now we're cutting it to 1 minute. We've seen this before. The public is not happy with it. And my vote would be no.
With that, that'll pass the item 4.1, which will reduce down the speaker time for item 10.4 for 1 minute per speaker. And with that, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council will start the process of pulling in the callers. And we'll have staff pulling in the first sets of folks. Again, for this new process, we'll be dialing individuals directly. We'd ask that folks introduce themselves. That also gives us a chance to make sure we've got the volume working as they connect into the meeting. And then you will have the 1 minute. I'm not going to have any reminders. It's just the timer will go off after the time of 1 minute. And our staff will be pulling folks together, getting them onto the call lists, and then pulling them in as they are available.
Jason, we have our first caller. Caller, you may introduce yourself and you have 1 minute.
Hi, good evening, City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts. I will try to get it in 1 minute. My name is May. I'd like to address the accusations coming from these women towards Mayor Lee. In a matter of just a few months, these women have spewed rumors and turned the Elk Grove community upside down. Comments from our very own neighbors against the Hmong community in articles written by Jack, which clearly demonstrated discrimination towards the Hmong community. Bobby, too, has put a target on the backs of the Hmong community with her speech about Mayor Lee, and all of this for political gain. She's worked alongside Mayor Lee for years, never brought up her claim until she decided to challenge him this year for his mayoral seat. As a part of this community, I am truly disappointed. These women could have chosen any other time to bring up their accusations and disappointments. In Mayor Lee, Linda, his ex-employee, whose claim is from 2016, Bobby, whose claim from 2012, Jacqueline's from 2018. So I hope that you all see that these women are clearly opponents and out to get the mayor. And they're using dirty tactics. these women who have made negative claims, not just towards Mayor Lee, but towards the Hmong community. My children now will walk around being bullied just as I was back in the 80s and 90s when the communities were saying that Asians eat dogs. Now, from my understanding, Elk Grove Police Department has already done an investigation of this subject matter and has concluded that there were no charges. So please do not undermine our police department, as there's enough of that going on in the United States. I do want to close my comment by saying that sometimes a few bad apples in Elk Grove leadership can make you all be viewed as unethical and dirty politicians. But this evening, I am asking that council turn away from gossip and pay attention to the facts. I appreciate the time, and thank you.
And we'll be looking for our next commenter.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Good evening, Commissioners and Mayor. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my concerns. My name is Amy. Tonight, I do want to make it clear that these 5 women, which include Bobby and Allen, are making a negative impact that will be felt generations later in the Hmong community. As a community organizer myself, the route that Bobby Singh Allen and the other 4 women alongside her are taking will not help build up a community, but tear it from the inside out, starting with families. Their bullying ways can't continue and should be investigated. The reason for censure on the mayor must be given as well, that is based on investigated facts. It was the voices and votes of the residents of Elk Grove that put you all in your current seats today, because they trusted that in times like this, you would listen. Thank you.
And that'll take us to our next caller.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Hello, my name is Marie Vu. To clarify before I start, so no one's mistaken, I am not related to Linda Vu, nor am I a Steve associate or one of Steve's attack dogs. I am a constituent of the Hmong descent in Sacramento, and I am appalled by the actions of the Elk Grove City Councils and Elk Grove elected officials. It is clear to me that Linda has been the puppeteer in this fight. Linda has orchestrated this hate and division in the community, and Bobby Singh Allen, Elk Grove Board of Trustees, was spineless enough to jump on the ship and enhance Linda's entertainment by attacking the entire Hmong community. She has used her endorser, Jacqueline Chung, to chase down the Hmong community on social media. Jacqueline Chung harassed, threatened to sue anyone who speaks against Bobby, and stated our attorney is Stan Fox in Sacramento, which leads me to believe that her actions were directed by Bobby Singh Allen. If Mayor Lee's integrity is at question, we should also question the integrity of Council Member Pat Hume, Vice Mayor Steve Detrick, and the integrity of Bobby Singh Allen, candidate for future mayor of Elk Grove. I will leave you all with this quote tonight: "You cannot behave appropriately unless you can perceive correctly." Carlos Santana. Thank you.
Caller, you're on the line. You may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Hello, Mayor Lee and Council. My name is Shua Vu. This censure of Mayor Lee is a farce. It's a Salem witch hunt ignited by the faceless finger pointing of disgruntled ex-employee Linda Vu. And I think that you guys all should really look at yourself and wonder, there were people who were doing very unethical things. And guess what? Steve Detrick and also Pat Hume, you guys were investigated. And threats were made against an ex of Pat Hume, and no censure was ever brought on to you. But you know what? You guys all won mayors. You may really censure for this without proof, without evidence. So all I'm going to say is that this is a farce indeed. And then I want to address what Bobby Singh Allen said about my Hmong people. But you know what? Since you guys all cut us down to 1 minute, I'm just going to get to the point. Bobby Singh Allen made this Facebook comment towards her own speech community. She said, "People in my Indian American community are free to do what they want. Many are not sophisticated enough to do their own homework and follow titles or substance. I haven't lobbied them in the past from supporting CC, and not going to start now. I have better things to do with my time. So if she didn't care about her people, why should she care about the Hmong people?" I guess her time is better spent working the victim's angle with her cohorts for political gain, while at the same time throwing mud at the Hmong people.
And it sounds like we are moving to the next speaker.
Caller, you're on the line. You may go ahead. If you can turn the volume down in the back so we don't hear the feedback.
I don't know how to do that. How do I speak?
You're on the line. You can go ahead. It just sounds like you have the computer going in the background. If you can turn that volume off.
Okay. Hello, my name is Kurdos Sheikh. I want to say right off the bat that I'm not Steve Lee, and these are my attack dog. I'm sick and tired of these 5 women. I'm sick and tired of these 5 women who have completely polluted the environment of Elk Grove. I want to ask the city council, are you answerable to the people or not? Because last time you told Steve Lee that hello,
we can hear you.
Okay, last time when Steve Lee asked you whether there was a oh my God, when Steve Lee asked for why he was being censored, the response was that there was basically no response. I got the feeling that the city council somehow feels that they're not answerable to the people. Similarly, these 5 women have multiple allegations towards Steve Lee with no proof. Bobby Singh Allen said, I got bullied in 2012. Where's the proof? Jacqueline Moreno said a staff member wasn't disciplined by Steve Lee. Why didn't she file a harassment charge? Why haven't we seen that charge from her? What type of a leader is she if she can't take her one harasser and want Steve Lee to play daddy? Then Jack says harassing messages harmed her. How? Where's the proof? Nancy said Steve Lee brought somebody against her. Where's the proof? I don't see any proof. What I see is that many of the city council members have been disciplined, and there is proof. None of you were censured. Why not? I want to know. Elk Grove deserves answers. Every time we have question and ask for proof, Bobby Singh and her team have silenced us, deleted us, blocked us, slandered us, punished us just for asking. Elk Grove deserves better, man. All of you there in the city council, we demand a thorough investigation, not only of these 5 people. If you want Steve Lee to be
Mayor,
investigated,
control the meeting.
all 5 of you, along with the city council.
Yeah, this is past the 3 minutes.
Elk
So,
Grove people
ma'am,
deserve answers.
you've passed your 1 minute. That is, you've passed your 1 minute. So please close it up.
What happened?
Your time has expired, ma'am.
How much got in?
We heard everything you say. It's just gone over the time limit.
All right, thank you.
Caller, you may go ahead.
So I would like to kind of step in and take an opportunity for those that are calling in and you are viewing the live broadcast. When you do get pulled into the meeting, please do mute your computer. Otherwise, you will pick up the audio and cause feedback, and it makes it very difficult for us to hear your comments as we are on the timer for the comments. We do want to hear what you have to say, but please be aware that you have to turn off devices that are behind you. Please don't use speakerphone. Please speak clearly into your device so that we're able to hear your audio and able to hear your voice. Thank you.
Can you please turn the volume off on the computer behind you, and then you can go ahead and start?
Sure. Am I on now?
Yes, go right ahead. You have 1 minute.
Good evening. My name is Lee Zong, nearly 20-year resident of Oak Grove. Last month, we heard allegations from Melinda, Jackie, and Bobby accusing the mayor of using the Hmong clan system to punish them. Those allegations have been unequivocally debunked, case closed by the Oak Grove PD. Jackie and Linda then called for an independent investigation of their claims. And why would Oak Grove PD have any reason to be biased? The answer is none. There's no basis for this demand, just like there's no basis for any of these accusations leading up to this point. Accusers then put themselves on social media and receive messages from complete strangers with no connection to the mayor. If I put something out on social media and I get messages from someone with a Vietnamese last name, should the council censure Councilwoman Nguyen? If I could get disparaging messages from a Chinese last name, should we censure Councilman Wisuin? And if the person is Caucasian, should we censure Dietrich and Hume? If this sounds horrible, that is because it is completely racist. And that is actually what we're considering tonight as a council item. I am appalled and disappointed, but unfortunately not surprised that we have let what amounts to high school gossip dictate the inner workings of this council chamber. A vote to censure the mayor is a vote of no confidence in the fine officers of the Elk Grove PD, is a slap in the face of Grovians struggling in this pandemic. And I hope that come time to vote, we voters remember who decided to make these city council meetings a place for these political aspirations. The council is equally responsible for spreading this racism by listening to these allegations and putting this on the agenda.
That's the timer.
And I hope
Thank you,
take
sir.
responsibility. Thank you.
And that will take us on to our next caller.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Hey, I'm Patrick, and I was going to be nice to you guys until you picked your own selfish convenience over due process for Steve Lee and really us. And I got to ask why that is. Why are you wasting time and money and your own credibility to give the time of day to the incoherent and uncorroborated accusations of a disgruntled ex-employee of Steve Lee running her mouth on Facebook? Now, that's a good question, but hey, since you guys like accusations, here's another accusation. Could it be that the city council, who tried to abolish the mayoral seat after their own favored candidates failed in the election to oust Steve, that they're simply taking advantage of a situation to slander the person they dislike? You know, that sounds a lot more reasonable to me than the ramblings of someone who tried to stab her own brother. Look into it. So here's my challenge. If you believe this dog and pony show you guys are running here is really worth any weight, ask the actual police to investigate these alleged threats again, because they already did it once and found zero evidence. And if they find nothing, then you guys censure yourselves. You guys resign. Sound good? I'll tell you what, I'm done with my points, but I'm going to waste every second of your time of this BS. I'm just going to talk about nothing. What did you guys have for breakfast today? I had a big bowl of righteousness. Did you guys have anything else? No?
Your time is up, sir.
I'm just going to keep talking.
Your time is up, sir.
All right, thank you. Thanks, guys. Have fun.
That'll take us on to our next speaker.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Hi, I'm not here to try to convince any of you council members to refrain from censoring the mayor. I know you're going to. It's just not for the reasons you publicly put forth. Past conduct by city council members reveal an underlying seething resentment, perhaps even a hatred for the mayor by most, if not all of you. It's the same basic, boring content. So while you're all in the process of casting stones from your rickety glass houses, you all also have a history of ethics violations. We're not fools. Using the authority of your position to attempt to circumvent voters and someone's due process is as corrupt as you can get. While you're busy playing politics and fuming over your precious wasted time right now, there is a growing awareness within the Hmong community about the attitude and perception of the Hmong people right here in Elk Grove by elected officials. Not that any of you seem to care, considering that Elk Grove has a history of being unable to address racism in our city. But Bobby St. Allen's racism has begun to impact the Hmong community. She woke up a sleeping giant, and instead of addressing it like the lion she claims,
Your time is up, ma'am.
she continues to act like a coward. All I'm saying is that if you're going to take up the trash, start with yourself. I'm done.
Thank you.
And that'll take us on to our next speaker.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Chua. I live in Elk Grove, and I wanted to address the board. I just want to let you know that I do not support censoring the mayor based on claims of political opponents. I would like to point out that everyone who has made claims against Steve and Bobby Steen, Steve are Bobby Steen's friend and Mayor Steve's political enemy. I also want to point out that Nancy's husband is supposedly now Bobby Steen's campaign manager. So what I'm trying to say is that what we have here are basically lies and fabrication for political gains, and these ladies should be ashamed of themselves for doing this. There's nothing more. There's nothing to censor because Mayor Steve has not committed a crime and he was cleared by the Elk Grove police. And I'm asking the city council to stop wasting taxpayers' money on political agendas and and for political smear campaign. Thank you.
And that will take us on to our next speaker.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Vu Lee. I'm calling on behalf of Mayor Steve Lee and wanted to get some of my thoughts out as far as his disciplinary action by the city council. In my opinion, it's completely unwarranted because for disciplinary actions to take place, some wrongdoing had to have been done or taken place. And even the findings that were completed by the sheriff's department show no, show no wrongdoing on his part. But the city council still insisted on doing disciplinary action, and I think that's inappropriate. And I just wanted to voice that in a forum where others will be able to hear him.
And I think that concluded the speaker's comments. That'll take us on to our next speaker.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jake Rambo. My concern here tonight is maybe we should give Ms. Mayor Lee and what his soft puppets tonight have asked for, and that is due process and an investigation. We know a censure is toothless. We know that he won't listen to a censure just as he won't listen to the ethical standards that apply to public officials. Mayor Lee has shown a pattern and circumstantial evidence of an effort to undermine public participation, which is a fundamental right of Americans. We have the Ty Sorcy incident, wherein Mayor Lee sent a staff member employed by the city to intimidate and harass citizens who are exercising their right to protest. We have the issues from Ms. Vu and Ms. Chung, wherein individuals identifying themselves as affiliates of the mayor were threatened and harassed to withdraw and desist participating in public comment. We have what happened at the last meeting. These meetings, these public comments, are protected statutory and First Amendment free speech opportunities to speak to our elected officials. And Mayor Lee used it as an opportunity to attack these women.
Your minute is up, Mr. Rambo. Thank you.
Have the grand jury subpoena the record, and we'll get to the bottom of what Mayor Lee did. Thank you.
I concluded Mr. Rambo's comments. We'll go on to our next commenter.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute. You can go ahead.
Okay, this is Xu Zhang from Fremont in the Bay Area. The reason I called tonight because when I first heard about the Linda Wu and other women allegations against Mayor Lee, I thought it was disrespectful to the Hmong community and it disgrace of traditional system. So in the Hmong community, to just make it short, since we don't have a lot of time, regardless of the age and gender, when two parties have a conflict or they cannot resolve the issue by themselves, they will bring the issue to the elders. In this case, let's say the crime leaders, to help mediate the conflict. So as a result, I think it's not fair for them to criticize the mayor and the Hmong system, in my opinion. Being a middle-aged Hmong man, I don't think there's anything wrong with this type of mediation.
Your time is up, sir. Thank you.
Your time is up, sir.
And that'll take us to our next speaker.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute. You can go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Cha Tao, and I am a resident of Elk Grove for the past 20 years. And thank you, to the city staff and councilman and councilwoman for giving me the opportunity to share my comments. I disagree with the decision of the city council for considering seat of the mayor. And this is the third time that the city council is trying to defame the mayor of Elk Grove and remove him from office. So, first time city council chose one of their members and to run against Steve Lee, but lost. And the second time was in May recently, where the city council was trying to eliminate the office of mayor and failed to do so due to the outspoken of the residents in Elk Grove. This is the third time where city council trying, considering censure the mayor, for merely false accusations without fact. So, frankly, Mr. Lee has been a great mayor for the city of Elk Grove, whom has helped the growth of the city exponentially.
Your time is up, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. That'll take us to our next speaker.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute. You can go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Mackenzie Weezer. I'm the City of Elk Grove Planning Commissioner. I have added my name to the list of women who have been mistreated and or basically ignored for many years. Although Steve and I have reconciled our relationship over the past several years, it took me 2 years of not speaking with him at all, and me reaching out to him to settle with him and begin working forward with him. The reason that I joined in with the women is that this just has to stop. There's just no reason and rhyme or reason for calling people out and having people testify against one another during council meetings, especially during a pandemic. And I would like to have us hold ourselves a little bit more accountable for our actions here in City Hall. I did send you all a letter, and I hope that we can all speak about this in the future. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. That'll take us to our next speaker.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. My name is David Pomavon. I'm the president of API Dems Club, a charter club under the Sacramento Democratic Party. I'm requesting that the City Council adopt a fairness doctrine and adopt a procedure that the City Council can take before any censure actions here. I assure you that a due process is for your own benefit as well, and it will create trust and confidence from the public in the rule of law. The pattern of behavior that I'm seeing here is very, very disturbing. First, you entertained the idea of removing the mayor's position completely. When that became unpopular, you shifted to changing his position from elected position to an appointed position. You forget that in 2012, 73% of the voters wanted to elect the mayor. You then walk back the proposal when it was unpopular again. Now you're introducing censorship. That is after term limits was introduced prior to that. And it was requested that you put the term limits on the mayor as well as the city council. You got weak knees and you walk away from that.
Your time is up, sir.
Now you want to censure the mayor.
Thank you.
This is your fourth attempt. This is undemocratic. And is that my time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you for listening.
Thank you. Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Jilang Zhang, and I am here today to speak in regards to the council consideration of the mayor or item. I am here today to express my support for Mayor Steve Lee, and I know in the past few weeks there's been multiple negative to give out growth. But today I'm going to be giving a message of positive remarks in regards to the diversity and welcome inclusion of the City of Elk Grove. The City of Elk Grove has been known to be one of the city in the United States of America, and oftentimes it is used as an example for other municipalities and local governments to follow. The City of Elk Grove has a reputable reputation of being open-minded, eager to serve, and working to ensure that Elk Grove is a welcoming and inclusive city to live in. In order for this to be accomplished, it requires a lot of work and time that the council does not have. I am strongly encouraging the council to use this valuable time to focus on crucial and important tasks such as addressing the needs of those low-income individuals during this pandemic. I know that in the last few weeks, there's been a lot of controversies in regards to the client system among clients of the system, and I encourage that all council members.
Your time is up. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the time, and it's greatly appreciated.
And that'll take us on to our next caller under item 10.4.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
City Council members, my name is Dr. Kenneth Chung. I'm the husband of Dr. Jacqueline Chung, also known to everyone as Jax. I'm speaking to you all today on behalf of me and my wife. Mayor Lee, today you emailed my wife. Allow me to respond. Please do not ever contact my wife again in this life or any of your associates contact her. All contact with my wife in the future coming from you needs to go through her lawyer, Tom Fox. Her number is 916-922-2255. My wife, Jax, will meet up with you. She meet with you in my presence and in the presence of her lawyer and all the other women who have come forward after your name by name and apologize to them for everything they have been through. This includes the threats to my family, being intimidated by a Hmong clan, the fake social media profile attacking her, having a miscarriage under distress, being followed, having her car wreck, being cussed out in public, having to hire a bodyguard, and having one of your supporters contact her ex-boyfriend in college, offering him $2,000 to be paid via Venmo. You would call in the July City Council meeting to smear her. City Council members, please do the right thing and censor Mayor Lee and send this investigation to the grand jury on behalf of my wife, my family, Linda Vu, Bobby Singh Allen, Nancy Charis Espinoza, Jack Moreno, Mackenzie Weezer, Michelle Kyle, and all the other women that have been making this. Let's not forget my unborn child, Alfred. I also think Mayor Lee should resign and ask Elk Grove can heal. What's best for everyone? What's best for Elk Grove?
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Thank you.
And that will take us on to our next caller.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
All right. Hello, my name is Justin, and I'm 18 years old, and I live in Elk Grove. This year will actually be my first year voting, and I will be voting for President Donald Trump and Mayor Steve Lee. Like Donald Trump, Steve Lee has not committed any crimes and is being falsely accused by a political opponent. Steve Lee has been cleared by the police of any wrongdoings, and I do not support censoring Mayor Steve Lee, and I'm asking the board members to please not support it either. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, caller. That'll take us on to our next caller.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Prejudice and misogyny have existed long before anyone here and will continue to be a problem unless we put a stop to it. My name is Emmy Fujikawa, and I'm here to speak for all the women and girls who have or will experience harassment. CSD EAG Director Jacqueline Moreno made 4 proposals on behalf of her harassment story. She proposed that we should strengthen our city's harassment policy to hold elected officials accountable for things that they've said and done. She proposed that we should create a clear reporting and investigation process for Elk Grove. She said that we should create a compliance hotline for harassment. And finally, she proposed that we create a commission for girls and women. As a young girl in this community, I would like to step outside my door and not be afraid of being attacked. I want to live in a community where people are put in their place for attacking me. And I would like to not be able to talk about harassment like it's a normal concept. Council, what if you or your daughters or sisters or wives were harassed so much so that it led them to think less of themselves? What if someone told them that they couldn't do something because of a gender? Council, if you want to stop this attack that's happening globally, then start here. You have the power to stop this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Speaker. And we'll take us on to our next speaker under item 10.4.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Okay, hi. My name is Dr. Ye Zhang, and I have known Mayor Steve Lee for many years, and I'm a female. I would just like to speak on behalf of my encounters with him as an acquaintance. I know Mayor Steve Lee to be very responsible to his constituents, and he went above and beyond his area of Elk Grove to even come down to Fresno for a couple times, 2 times he came down, one for a birthday for a tan, and another on his dad. I noticed that he's very eloquent and fluent in going from American English culture to Hmong culture. And he's been very honest and fair. And he's, my 1 minute is up?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to say he has a good character.
Your time is up, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Hi, I'm not Hmong. I'm ethnic Chinese, and I do not live in Elk Grove. I do not intend to attend this meeting tonight. I'm just going to cut to the chase because it's cut the time. I don't care about what happened to Mayor Lee. I wasn't heard last night. So in her Facebook post announcing that she was submitted her paperwork, Bobby St. Allen stated that everyone has a seat at her table. Does this everyone include those that she has blocked simply for voicing concerns about her disparaging comments about the Hmong culture? I was told that I don't live in Elk Grove, so I don't have a voice. This is not about Mayor Lee. This is about my little cousin that attends school in Elk Grove Unified School District. Being fairly new to America, their parents are not well versed in English. I have the Parent Blue app and Class Dojo on my phone, and I kept up to date with Elk Grove school policies. On Thursday, August 6th, I attended a back-to-school night from 5:30 to 7 p.m. Mind you, my children attend San Juan School District, and school has not started for us. I just want to point out that racists who target Asians do not care to distinguish between the minority groups. We saw this during the Japanese internment camp, where people wearing badges like "I am not Japanese, I'm Chinese." When
time is up, ma'am.
Again, I don't want my little cousin to have to wear a badge that says "I am not Hmong." Take place free from bullying from students and board administrators.
Your time is up, ma'am. Thank you.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Hello, this is Daisy Hughes. I was recently blocked by Mayor Steve Lee on his certified official Twitter account. As one of the causes to censure Steve Lee, I want the council to consider the fact that the mayor has done this to me and several other people at least. What's worse, the mayor has not been honest about this, thereby violating his ethical duty to be honest and to take responsibility for his actions. After I was blocked on June 29, 2020, I posted about it on my Twitter account and was immediately contacted and interviewed by the Sacramento Bee. On the next day, I was unblocked. I told the reporter I had been unblocked, and he told me that he had interviewed Mayor Lee on that day, and Mayor Lee had responded by saying he doesn't run the account.
I was blocked by the mayor after posting on my Twitter account about the mayor's reaction to a business that was set on fire. The mayor posted on his Facebook page chastising those he viewed as responsible. He blamed protesters with zero evidence. By blaming protesters for a fire with zero evidence and by sending out Tyson Dorsey to harass protesters in February 2019 in front of CNU, the mayor has yet again violated his ethical duty. And that concludes my public comment. Thank you.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Yes, ma'am. This is Doug Phillips from Elk Grove, and I'd like to speak on behalf of Mayor Lee. He's been wonderful to my family, always treated my wife with utmost respect. He's treated our Boy Scout troop families and their wives with utmost respect. He's been a wonderful mayor, and I have nothing but utmost respect for him. Also, he's the first Hmong mayor in the history of the United States, and I think that's a big accomplishment for our city to have such diversity in our city. So, and we admire Mayor Lee to the utmost 100%. We're 100% behind him. He's a wonderful mayor, wonderful person, has done so many good things, and also was at my son's Eagle Scout ceremony and presented him with the Citizenship Award, amongst other Eagle Scout ceremonies in our troop, where he presented a Citizenship Award to the kids. So I just have to say he's been totally supportive of us in American Legion Post 233 and all the organizations I've been in, and just really...
Your time is up, sir. Thank you.
Wonderful person. Thank you.
And that'll take us on to our next speaker on item 10.4.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
nhớ rằng cho chân chẳng chẳng chuột tù hậu lưu trong thả cho xì lì mòn nó nè cú luôn đời mua lì phòng cú giờ phải nhà tương bị lì phòng mong tù lì đời tù chi tụng thải cú kia ít tù thành mong mà cỡ tía ở sông giờ tù số thơ chập lờ cỡ tía ở sông khai cho tới chừng mua nè ta xin nó cũng mới sai cho ở sông cú có nó mà cú sai tới tía mình chỉ có cái cho cái tí năng trả cho phong trào dữ là của cái lúc American Community nhất là ông có tao tiền đi rong cha cô vì hết tiền cho kế hết tiền bên mong cầu gì sẵn nó học bên tốt mong năng mà bên xí lòng đông đâu tiền là học bên nhau America bên nó là bên thiệt cho tới thiệt bỏ trong đó khác cho bên lúc cầu gì sẵn nó cho lòng xưa bên phong cho tới cho kế nó kế hậu kế có kế phu kế có kế phu vì lý nó lúc có gì sẵn nó mà giờ y lúc còn hậu và bên mong bỏ cho mong gì thiết chẳng chăng do hết tiền lấy tôi muốn đó bên thải nhà tôi lấy chưa con nhà tôi ta chạy cổ thì dân có tôi dân cũ lấy tôi ba kho của một vật trăng là thả còn mua có ship ba ship lô tư mà
Thank you, ma'am. Your time has expired. Mr. Lindgren, would you be able to transcribe that and translate to English?
Not during the meeting. The best chance that we will have is to take the recording of the meeting for someone that speaks in a different language.
Okay.
We would then have to send that to a translator. It would probably be something we could have tomorrow, and I could forward to the full city.
That's fine. Yeah, thank you.
With that, we'll move on to our next caller.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Hi, I'm Mai Thu Vang. Ironic, isn't it, that this is Diversity Month in Elk Grove, a place where you proudly proclaimed no place for hate, and yet our Hmong voices have been dismissed by the 4 city council members because we're not elected, and now we've been limited to a 1 minute public comment time. So we've been called attack dogs and accused of victim shaming by school board member Bobby Singh Allen without comprehensive understanding of our culture and our community. She's grossly mischaracterized our family system as one that's been used to control and silence women. She is an insufferable, arrogant, and ignorant person that's put the Hmong people in harm's way. She, as elected official, Bobby Singh Allen and Jacqueline Marino need to be held accountable for their bigotry and racism. Instead, they deflect this by playing this woman victim card. Let's talk about patterns of behavior. Pat Hume and Steve Dietrich committed violations in which they were found culpable and was fined. Steve Dietrich committed the same ethics violation twice. Neither Hume or Dietrich were ever censored. Why is that? So we are Americans and we live in a society of law and order and due process. We do not base our decisions on allegations and accusations, especially when it's politically driven, and it's not for the best interest of our Elk Grove community. It's quite clear the 4 of you city council members are always trying to undermine Mayor Lee. Your 4 votes to get rid of him during his full-time mayor assistant. All right.
Thank you.
And that'll take us on to our next speaker under item 10.4.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
All right, my name is Linda Yang, and I do not appreciate being cut to 1 minute, so I'll get to the point. The accusations against Mayor Lee are all false. Official investigations by your very own police department have found zero evidence. So the city council should not waste any more time and money on these false rumors. City council members, let me remind you to look at the facts. Zero evidence found by your very own police department. So why are you undermining your own police department and mayor? You have the power to make the right decision to keep Mayor Lee. All voters see that the mayor has continued to make great contributions to the Elk Grove community and has shown unwavering leadership during this COVID pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. That'll take us on to our next speaker under item 10.4.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
trong ake ko ala sata shina ti chi ai tu neng wa the next day just city council ta nu ke kun pau ngo ho lu ho ke pa tong mong na ma nu hai lu ku zong tao khan hai lu ni yin chi hai tuai tu ke hai lu cha lu re jong se nu chap chap pan nia na ni support daตัวอย่างde pe cha yang shan mi west na cha wa pan nia mu wo candidate da na nu ke tu大城平就这样的主人看要被变成那个对，你有一组自己看守，你这都天平把你我操要把president就像这，你做可能天平把就看到，要领导第我也要一种人还到一条路有筛取到这方面了，可能不啥个那个我那啥个
Your time is up. Thank you, sir.
That'll take us on to our next speaker under item 10.4.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Good evening, honorable members of the Elk Grove City Council. My name is May Banks, a retired public school district director of fiscal services in Southern California. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak during this meeting. I would like to say a few words in support of Mayor Steve Lee, if I may. I've known Steve for many years, and he's a man of integrity, a humble and a good man who is always respectful of others, his elders, women, old and young, all the cultures, all the religions. He's one who's always willing to help others whenever he's called upon. A nicer man you cannot ask for. He came from a humble background, so his life goal is to give back to the community. I've never met a Hmong young man more dedicated to public service than Steve. His whole life and his whole heart are dedicated to serving and making better his community. Public service is the most noble calling that only some special people like you and Steve have. Like all of you, he has so much to give to this community and beyond. It is painful for me to see that a cultural misunderstanding proceed in this difficult situation.
Your time is
that
up, man.
would be a great loss to our Grove community. I think it is unfair to discipline Steve for the actions of others that he could not control. I respectfully ask that you consider all the facts,
Thank you, ma'am.
including the cultural factors, before voting on the disciplinary action tonight. Thank you for listening. Good night.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Good evening. My name is Paul Moore. I'm calling from Modesto, California. I have some concern about this woman accusing Mayor Steve Lee. Mr. Lee is a wonderful person. He's a good role model for our younger generation, especially our children. Whenever we have a graduation or we have a party for graduate, we invite him to come over. He would give out wonderful speech about our children's future, the value of education, and he would always be there as a role model for our children. And he is a good leader for our community. Whatever he does, whatever he's doing, is very valuable for our community. So these people choose to do this because they know election is coming. So they want to make major.
Your time is up, sir. Thank you.
People don't vote for him. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That'll take us to our next speaker under item 10.4.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Good evening, Mayor and League Council. Mark Graham, Elk Grove. First of all, you should have heard every caller for the full 3 minutes. You're not doing your job. Now, please listen carefully. You cannot censure the mayor for the alleged conduct of his friends and associates. Do you understand what I just said? You cannot censure the mayor for the alleged conduct of his friends and associates. Vice Mayor Detrick, Councilmember Hume, Councilmember Wynn, Councilmember Suen, do you understand what I just said? There is no legal basis in the staff report for censuring the mayor for the alleged conduct of his friends or associates. What the staff report says is you can censure the mayor for his conduct. You also cannot censure him for his speech. I'm asking you to demand tonight from the city attorney a full explanation and address this specific point. Is there a legal basis for you, the council, to censure the mayor for the alleged conduct of his friends and associates? It would be reckless and irresponsible for you to move ahead with this without getting that specific legal advice.
Thank you, Mr. Graham.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Good evening. My name is Randy Becker, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Mayor, this is your mess. I told you this the last time I spoke on this issue. You're worried about your reputation tonight? You should have worried about it weeks ago, months ago, when all this started happening. This is a pattern that you have created, and it is festered to this point. Your own political supporters have denounced you and called for your resignation, along with labor leaders, community leaders, and enough's enough. I believe the reason you should resign is for this meeting alone tonight. It's a mess. People don't have all the facts. Our police department looked at the phone call from Miss Jackie Chung. That was it. But none of this has been fully investigated. but yet we believe the women, the ladies, because of what is taking place over time. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you for your comments. That'll take us on to our next speaker on item 10.4.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Hi, this is Chang. I have comment about the item 10.4 regarding to Mayor Seeley. I know that he is a very good guy. So before they sanction him, our community need more investigation and then more evidence. So hopefully the city of Elk Grove, all the city council have to do the fair way. My name is Cheng He. Thank you.
And that'll conclude those comments. It'll take us to our next speaker under item 10.4.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
No, actually, cũng bên không má nó đã của xã mới có tập là hạt số là si của những bác sĩ trong ha si những họ ít từ tuần hi trong trong đợt tế này của xã hà là họ ha rồi nó tí tế những sự bảo vệ trong này của xã lưu tế của hà là sẽ của chế xã của không biết tế chọn mong ha tế chọn mong tế chọn của mong là như vậy cho của trong này của xã lưu tế của hà là
I'm not sure. I'm not hearing anything though further from the speaker.
Jason, they hung up. We're just waiting for the next call to come in.
Thank you. Appreciate that. We'll be moving on to our next speaker.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Caleb Yang, Elk Grove. It appears that politics has consumed the Elk Grove City Hall chambers. The Elk Grove City Code of Ethics outlines responsibility, fairness, respect, and honesty. Where's the responsibility, fairness, respect, and honesty by the city council members? This attempt to censor Mayor Lee is just an attempt to ruin his image, which shows no responsibility, fairness, respect, and honesty. Talk about violating code of ethics, right? What about Vice Mayor Dietrich? What about Councilmember Hughes? Those were clearly issued for ethics violations. Come on now. The city council is trying to eliminate Mayor Lee's seat, trying to censor him. The picture is clear here. Stop this nonsense. You can't just censor someone because you want to. Nancy Espinosa, Bobby Singh Allen, Jackie Chung, Nina Wu. Where were these women a year ago, 2 years ago, 4 years ago, when they allegedly say Mayor Lee harassed them? It's all political game. They strategically held a press conference this morning to smear Mayor Lee. All is it's allegations with no basis whatsoever. These allegations conveniently pop up 3 or 4 months prior to the election. Again, the picture is clear. Mayor Lee, if the city council issues
Time is up.
The whole city council, as the city attorney confirmed, there is no censor policy. So there's no policy in place to do
Your time is up, sir.
If there's no censor policy, there's no active censorship. Thank you.
That'll take us on to our next speaker under item 10.4.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Okay. Hi, my name is New, and in the Elk Grove Tribune, Miss Linda Wu shared text with Mr. Ethan Wu. He is her Wu brother. Her family plan to help her. She is just twisting everything for her political gain. And as a school board member of a city that has some of the largest Hmong students in California, Miss Bobby St. Ellen must have experienced firsthand her Hmong students' character. They are some of the most well-rounded individuals
They are thoughtful and caring, well-mannered, respectful, and hardworking. They get along well with all their peers and educators. They are this way because their parents are this way. Most people are not thugs or mobsters who harass and intimidate women. These powerful women who know all the laws, rules, and regulations are suddenly claiming victims for events years before. They are abusing these rules made to protect the real victims and ruin it for the rest of us. Their allegations are false and politically motivated. They don't care who they hurt. They put innocent culture right in the middle, and they don't care how much they are hurting us.
Time is up, ma'am.
Powerful women making loud
Thank you,
noises
ma'am.
for this benefits that you will listen to us, the quiet ones who know the truth. Mayor Lee do not do anything
Your time is
wrong.
up,
There's
ma'am.
no need to
Thank
censor
you.
him. You need to investigate these women who are hurting us.
Ma'am, your time is up. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute. You can go ahead.
Okay. My name is Hong Guo-xiong. I of City Council and Mayor of Elk Grove. This is a matter of one person's opinion. I don't know why you guys make it so big. I don't think Mrs. Wu had enough evidence to accuse the mayor. If I'm the mayor, if I'm Steve, I would do exactly the thing that he did, and I will tell you why. Doing what he did is really respectful for Mrs. Wu. This is common sense that it is respectful for Mrs. Wu, her family, and her community. To handle or to solve a small problem or conflict between two persons, you always need a third person to hear the story and help to solve it. For example, if Steve did not use a third person to solve this problem, then the story will have changed. Either Steve or Mrs. Wu will change the story to something else. Neither you or I will be able to figure out the truth of how the conflict began.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I hope you guys
Your time is up,
make a
sir.
good decision on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Good evening, Mayor Steve Lee and members of the City Council. My name is Wang Ming Xiong. I am a concerned citizen. I oppose the proposed censorship of Mayor Steve Lee. According to the Chief of Police of Elk Grove, there were no proven evidence that Mayor Lee or any of his supporters have caused any harm or harassed anyone. I am extremely disappointed in the council for even bringing this up as tonight's topic. I have not seen any evidence that warrants this proposed action. I implore the council to engage in a fair, just, professional working relationship with all elected officials, especially with Mayor Lee. I applaud Mayor Lee for doing a great job for the city of Elk Grove since being elected. Council, it is time to show your leadership. Don't waste any more time. I recommend you simply drop the subject. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. That'll take us on to our next speaker under item 10.4.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Is this me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Hey, this is Marianne Reddick, and I've been in Elk Grove for a while. I've raised my children, my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren here. But Mayor Lee, I'm sorry, but he has done an outstanding job. I read the paper all the time, and I haven't agreed with one thing that goes on because we are all out there, and he's out there in the public as well. And he's always been kind and courteous, and his whole family's been out there before, you know, at the parks and everything else. We've never had a problem. All of us volunteer in our community. He's always treated all of us with respect. So we read the newspaper and we're like, that's not him. And where's the trial before conviction here? So that's my problem. I just think that I haven't seen what the papers are saying, neither has any of my family members, 8 kids and 5 grandkids and 1 great-grandchild, and none of us have seen what you guys are saying. So honestly, it's been great. Okay, thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Speaker. That'll take us on to our next speaker under item 10.4.
We still online, Jason?
Yes, we're just waiting for the next call to come through.
Okay.
We had a caller that hung up, so we're getting a new one on the line. Just a moment. Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Okay, hi, my name is Luli. Yeah, I am this Mayor Steve Lee, and I don't know what's going on, but I just mostly I got a Google to see a little bit story about Steve Lee, and I agree with him.
Was that the end of your comment?
Yes.
Okay.
And what should I say more?
You have a few more seconds left if you'd like to go ahead.
I think there is a what I tried to. I think there is good.
Okay, thank you for your call.
Mm-hmm.
I think that concludes the comments of the speaker. We'll move on to our next speaker under item 10.4.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Good evening. My name is Donna Cox, and I have been a proud resident of Elk Grove for 25 years. I am calling in because I would like to be a character witness for Mayor Steve Lee. I was introduced to Steve Lee in early 2018 during my campaign for Sacramento County Sheriff. I was the first woman to run for that position, and Mayor Steve Lee supported me by giving me his endorsement. He was the only elected public official to endorse me. My first impression of Steve was he was a good man who wants to do the right thing. He is professional, and I truly felt he cared about people in his heart. I was actually at one event where other lady candidates were present for various political positions, and I witnessed Steve being professional and treated every person with dignity and respect. I am against a censure placed against Steve Lee's name, and I am appalled that the vice mayor called for the mayor's resignation when this same man endorsed my opponent, who costed the county over $10.4 million related to a sexual harassment lawsuit, who is still in office. This is hypocrisy at its best. Thank you, and good night.
And That'll take us on to our next speaker under item 10.4.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Dee, and I think a lot of callers have already called in to support Mayor Steve Lee, and the first few have addressed the issue pretty well, on point. So I won't say too much, but there are some things I wanted to say. I want to say I have the utmost respect for Mayor Steve Lee and his wife. I've met him, several times with the voluntary work that they've done, and they've given inspirational speeches. And all I have to say is, as a female Hmong community member, I really believe that these allegations by the people or the group is just, to slander his name and remove him from office. We're asking that you be just and fair by dropping disciplinary actions against the mayor, as it is not warranted. And yes, everything, I would say stop wasting taxpayers' money for your own personal gain and political reasons, okay, because you know who you are. So I would say that all these reports are coming in.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Hello. Good afternoon, City Council members. Well, my name is Sai. After listening to all the comments, and I am so disappointed in the council members there. Mr. Lee, there, Mayor Lee, is an honorable man. He has done so much for the community and for the Hmong community. I'm an educator myself. I lead my class. He's a leader there. And you guys want to take that away from him. It is so disappointing to hear this, especially when you have two minority council members there too. That does not even support him, it seems. It is so appalling. Mr. Lee, or Mayor Lee, is a great man. He's an honorable man. He has done so much for Elko. Not just that, Boston, Fresno, the Hmong community out there. The things you guys heard are true. The accusations that are out there are not even true. You have heard it again and again and again.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
You guys are all elected officials. You guys are all elected officials.
Thank you, sir.
Remember,
your time is up.
Citizens, we will be voting for you. Please.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Leave him alone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Hi, I'm Mariana Batiste. Good evening, City Council and Mayor Steve Lee. I am appalled that you're voted into a position. You have a fiduciary duty to listen and hear your constituents out. And to silence them down to 1 minute is quite appalling. As a person who has been representing people for the last 33 years in labor and in the community, you have a fiduciary duty to put your people first and not yourself as self-serving. This is just another tactic to remove Steve Lee from office, and it's showing the people see what's going on. It's the people's choice, and it's the people's right, and he should be voted in and removed by the people, not by you. I will do everything in my power to help get him reelected and get you out of office.
And I believe that was the conclusion of the speaker's comments. That'll take us on to our next speaker under item 10.4.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. My name is Jacqueline Moreno, CSD Director. I've shared my story with all of you via email. I was repeatedly harassed by Mayor Lee's staffer, and Mayor Lee did not act after I repeatedly told him of the harassment. But I'm here tonight to advocate for some specific policies that I think will help the women and girls in Elk Grove, because misogyny and sexism has existed long before Mayor Lee and will exist long after he's gone. Number one, we need to update the harassment policy to include more accountability for elected officials. Number two, create a clear reporting and investigation process for employees and residents. Number three, create a third-party compliance hotline to increase accessibility and the opportunity for anonymous complaints. And number four, create a committee on the status of women and girls that can be tasked with collecting data and reporting back to council to inform policy and programmatic decisions. The recommendations are low cost and are supported by Bobby Singh Allen, Nancy Chavez, Planning Commissioner Mackenzie Weiser, Angela Spies, Trustee Tammy Nelson, just to name a few. I implore you to ask staff to prepare a staff report on these recommendations for a future agenda item so that we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
That'll take us on to our next speaker under item 10.4.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
And I believe they concluded their comments, so we'll take us on to our next speaker.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Oh yeah, my name is Longley. Longley. Now I can speak English very well, so I want to speak more. Okay. So, Connor who has Johnny Blossom City Council member na. Cú sa cái này rất tháp lâu nè, nên chúng tôi giảm mua thế nè. Có đi chơi cháu tánh mình nó, nên muốn dành cho lãnh đạo trà đó. Lãnh đạo cho nên thầy sắp lại, trà sắp lại, nó lô lãnh đạo đà nó đà thứ chỉ mua nè. Có cho nên muốn dành của luôn mà. Nên chỉ dành tụi nên tia, nên muốn dành tụi nên đà thứ, nên muốn support tụi nên đà thứ nè. Saก่อนนี่เป้าตามมือแท้นี่สาแต่วันนอโตกับติ๊กแต่งวันนี้ว่าโอ้ติ๊กต้องไปเพย์ติ๊กแต่งรูปซี่ติ๊กแต่งปัจจุบันก็เนี่ยให้ก็
And I believe they concluded their comments. That was the 1 minute timer.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, your time is up.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Okay. Can I speak now?
Yes, you may go ahead.
Okay. Okay, dan aku yang mai hali na ku yang sekali tahu ku yang Linda na thì lâu ku thì can sầu nhất tao anh lâu con à cha này chỉ nông có cái tranh chỉ nông tụi mình cái tranh hay cha này mình nông Linda tụi mình pay chấp lời na tụi ta chỉ pay cái gì cái na pay cáiคนชั่วตูนะcha này họ mình nông Linda hay na đấy nóพี่กังโดแต่ฉันในห้องว่าเนี่ยน้อยเอ็นจังจ้างเดหายนั่นน่ะไอ้จ้าไอ้มั่วที่หายว่าเดี๋ยวกับต้นไปเผยเดี๋ยวกับไอ้มั่วต้นไปเผยนั่นน่ะลินดามาเยอะต้องเผยชัดเลยนะด้วยจริงหายว่าเผยก็ที่น่ะที่เผยตัวจ้องตัวนึงจะไปกังโดนี่น่ะไอ้นี่จะมันจังลินดาหายใช่หรอกูมาขี่กังโดนะมึงchỉต้องเชียร์เกี้ยนี่น่ะไปรู้ลินดาหายนั่นน่ะnhiều lục trang thế này chỉ mua này, ủa cho con nè mông nè, ủa cho tao cho tăng mạnh đó nè.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
All right. So my name is Sandy. I am making a statement in regards to Mayor Steve Lee. I just wanted to say that as a woman, I have never felt that I've ever been devalued by Steve Lee, and I've met him a few times. So I know that I've heard about the accusations. I've read it on the local newspapers. But I don't know if it's true. But as far as my encounters with Steve, I've never felt that as a woman that he devalued me. So I think that's all.
I think we're just pulling in the next caller for item 10.4.
Jason, I'm just waiting for the call to come through. I think they may have had someone hang up again. Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute. You can go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
And that'll take us on to our next speaker under item 10.4.
We're just waiting to get the caller on the line. Jason, our callers are going through the list. There's a lot of people who aren't picking up when they're calling, so we're just trying to catch someone that we can bring on the line.
We appreciate everybody's efforts and for going through the phone list, but it's also part of appreciate all the efforts out there, staff, just in terms of rolling through the numbers and reaching out to folks. And for anyone that's out there in our listening audience, if you do know folks that have intended to speak on the items, please let them know to be near their phones when we're trying to dial them in tonight.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Hello?
Yes, you can go ahead.
我係龍蒙啊，又下一次啊。
Okay, go ahead.
Your audio is coming through clear. Please continue.
我實到呢度呢係龍蒙的普查的，這裡係到的。
嗰啲係龍蒙是嘛？ Please just speak Hmong.
OK，所以我你下一次的服這裡報了。
This is public comment, so you just make your comment. You have 1 minute to do that. Sir, are you done? This is public comment, so you have 1 minute to make your statement.
Oh, yeah, 我報下一次啦，我報你下一次就報了。
This is public comment. You're free to make a statement, and then you have 1 minute to do that.
OK， 我報下一次啊，報下一次，那報定你好股呀，我好係你價，我報下一次啊。
Jason, I think he's done.
OK.
So with that, we will move on to our next speaker, which will take us on to item 10. I'm sorry, our next speaker for item 10.4. Sorry about that.
We're working on getting a caller on the line. Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute. You can go ahead.
Oh, yes. So the reason I want to do is, I know that Mayor Steve Lee, he is a man that he will stand up, for just anybody, and he will never let anyone down. He's a man that I know he has inspired me, and he is a guy that I can trust, and he is somebody that I can always look forward to talk to. He's a very easygoing guy. I know that he is a family man, and he has tremendous respect throughout the community. So I don't think that he will do anything that will harm anybody in the community.
I believe that concluded the speaker's comments, and that'll move us on to our next speaker under item 10.4.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Oh yeah, the nói xuống lử nè, hôm tua trâu pe cho city council meeting đã coi cũng cũng dùng xe ở đâu đó nè, chỉ thảm một nó thì hay cho pe thực tế của giờ Steve Lee city mayor trâu trồng Elm Grove nè, cho đi pe bao thì cho đi cụ bao mà nếu cụ ấy tụi này cho bây giờ thì mình ấy tụi nó thì cũng cho vào cái dòng cái lý thì cũng khó khăn nữa cho nên cho cái cho cái ba cái theo của họ được phụ cho cái cho luôn trong city Elm Grove thì nó thì nó hay tiền này yon xia cái liệt sĩ cho Stigley mà cũng ra được hoàn thành cho chỉ do thì này sẽ có chức tranh sẽ có mình mang yêu là chỉ thì mà qua đó còn đây xuống lửa nè hay khi đây bao lên có giờ thì chỉ mua nó là chỉ sao là tao là qua thì bây giờ nên bây giờ cho nên nó lo lại thì cho là tao là qua cho là tao là hay giờ mua tranh thì lại hay chỉ mua.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Cũng mua đi lo sẽ.
Thank you.
That'll take us on to our next speaker under item 10.4.
We're just working through the numbers here, trying to get someone on the line.
And for our viewers, we're in the middle of our public comment for segment for item 10.4. We're in the midst of hearing public comment. We've made our way just past a bit past the halfway point, though I don't know how many of the callers that we're not able to connect with. And that's part of the reason for our silence now is our team is working on making a connection with those folks that have provided numbers. If folks are out there in the listening audience and happen to know folks that have signed up to speak on this item, please inform them that they do need to be around their phones that they provided to us for us to call to. Otherwise, we are not going to be able to make that connection. But we thank everyone for your patience while we're listening through these items. We are working our way. For all those that did sign up to speak, we're trying to get to them and provide them their opportunity. And just for our viewing audience and for council and staff, we are having difficulty reaching folks. I think we're hitting a point. These were a lot of phone numbers. I think where we would be in the sequence are folks that were forwarding numbers to us throughout the day today. But we are having a hard time making connections with folks. I think where we're going as staff is they are working through the list. They're working down the line of the callers that have submitted their request to speak. What we're hitting is when they're non-responsive, moves them back so that they give another try at calling them. But folks do want to be mindful if they've signed up to speak on this item that they want to be near their phones. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to pull them in for the meeting. And thanks again, everyone, for your patience, viewing audience, council, staff. It's part of our new frontier here on teleconferencing and public meetings.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute. If you can please turn down the background noise, you may go ahead.
Yeah. Where are you calling from?
This is the Elk Grove City Council meeting public comment for item 10.4. You have 1 minute and can go ahead.
Oh, we just kind of wonder because it's, there's some kind of problem with our community, and we just want to know, let you know that, before you do anything, you better do the good investigation before you do it, because discrimination against all community people.
Did you have any other comments to make?
No, thanks. But whatever you do, just be careful. It's not discrimination against our community. So I mean, it's just one person opinion, and you just do a big thing against the community. That's not right.
Okay, thank you.
And that'll conclude the comments of our caller, and that'll move us to our next speaker, signed up under item 10.4.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Jonathan.
And this is Cynthia.
We're the resident of Elk Grove. And I'm a U.S. Coast Guard. I'm a full breed of patriotic, and I support the justice.
Okay, and I'm Cynthia. I'm a pharmacist, and I hold upheld this oath to tell the truth.
Okay, for my personal experience, I see Mayor Lee is trustworthy, and he all the time that he encounter all the people that I see. He was respectful, and also I'm a business owner with 90% of female working for me. And then every time he come to my business, and he showed respectful and courtesy to all my staff.
Okay, but all our time meeting with him and his wife, he's always been professional, friendly, respectful, and caring of his family and the community. He supports diversity and welcomes fresh ideas in making Elk Grove a better place to live and work. So we don't believe that he should be blamed for the actions of his staff and should go through due process. You probably also have supporters or followers who have conducted misconduct. So should you also be accused or censored?
And also, let me ask, if President Trump, his supporter, doing something wrong, is he reliable for all those, wrongdoing? And all those, like City Council, you guys have a supporter. Can you 100% guarantee your supporter doing the right thing? And I'm all 100% trust Elk Grove Police Department. If our chief is actually cannot find any evidence, and our police department cannot do any, arrest anyone. So we actually, trust, have faith our police department over there.
Or else you might as well just shut it down and just have a riot, right?
So we actually, think about this one is like police, election strategy, or really, actual accusation. I think.
Okay, we support you, Steve. Take care.
Thank you.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Hi, this is Nancy Chidas Espinosa, a school board member for Elk Grove Unified. Council members, I know you're in a tough position tonight, but we are all in an uncomfortable position tonight due to the actions of one man, and that's Mr. Lee. I have a great respect for the democratic process. That's why I moved on immediately after the one time that Mr. Lee and I ran against each other, but he clearly has not. The voters don't have the full picture, partly because women don't tend to speak out when they experience harassment and abuse, especially when the man behind it is the highest elected official in the city. It's the height of hypocrisy for Mr. Lee and his supporters to cry due process when I and the other women who have been smeared by him for years were never given that opportunity. How ironic that Mr. Lee demands every opportunity to protect his name and reputation while he continues to engage in character assassination against women in his community. Tonight, I'm asking you to use your common sense. This isn't a court of law, but if Mr. Lee wants due process, then grant him his request to have that in a grand jury investigation. It strains credulity to suggest that Mr. Lee is the innocent victim of misguided supporters. Let's all acknowledge that Mr. Lee has been behind the pattern of abuse and harassment that I and many other women in Elk Grove have been subjected to. Please censure him and make clear that our city expects its mayor to be a uniter, not a divider. Thank you.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Am I on?
Yes, go right ahead. You have 1 minute.
Okay. Hi, my name is Alina Bank. I'm a student within the Elk Grove District. I think Mayor Steve Lee is a good man and a good mayor who helped improve the Elk Grove community and the city. He helps his people and his city. And what these 4 women are doing, they have no evidence. They're accusing this man who's doing good things for his city with no evidence. Like, you guys need to do an investigation. You guys need to look into this. There's no evidence. You guys can't, be doing this. I am deeply, very disappointed. I find it disrespectful as well. If there's no case or evidence against Mayor Steve Lee with his accusations are intolerable. That's all I really have to say.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your comments. That'll take us on to our next speaker under item 10.4.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. This is Paul Lindsay. I'd like to take a couple of seconds to clear up some misconceptions. First is the allegation that there's no proof of the allegations made by the women that have come forward. In his statement of apology dated 8/7/20, Mr. Lee says, "I believe them and acknowledge their pain. I am deeply sorry for the pain and suffering they have endured." Second is the assertion that the police have investigated and found no wrongdoing. That's factually incorrect. They found no criminal activity. They did not look at civil issues or issues other than criminality. Third is the concept that censure is akin to removal. It is simply an expression of the council's disapproval. Fourth was the statement that you cannot censure for the actions of others. I believe that Mr. Lee's actions toward Ms. Moreno, where he ignored her complaints, is the equivalent of a hostile work environment and should be the subject of the censure. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. That'll take us to our next speaker, signed up under item 10.4.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute. You can go ahead now. Hello, are you there?
Hello?
Hi, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
A lot of people talk about censuring Mayor Lee or against that censuring Mayor Lee. Really, I'm not interested about that. What I'm interested about is Trustee Bobby Allen making allegation against the Hmong community. She, as a colored woman, should know better that that is a racism allegation. How dare you put the whole Hmong people in that position? You are an elected official who swore an oath to protect the people, to protect the students of Elk Grove. How dare you, Bobby Allen Singh? How dare you come on the public comment last week, or I should say last meeting, and talk about harassment that you received from Mayor Lee, and then turn around and harass the whole Hmong community? That is.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
I'm sick and tired of your lies. You need to back the hell up.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
And that'll take us on to our next speaker under item 10.4.
Caller, you may go ahead.
Hi.
You have 1 minute.
My name is Balher, and I know Steve Lee. I'm a volunteer for Steve, and I know that Steve Lee is a good man. I want to know, I cannot have other people that have accused him that he's not a good man. He deserves to be the mayor in the city. He has to do a lot of good things for the city of Elk Grove. And I want to make sure that whoever accused him, they need to make sure they find the right evidence to support what they want, and they cannot be do this kind of encouragement. And especially as an Asian American growing this country, I believe that Steve's a good mayor and he do a good thing for the city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. That'll move us on to our next speaker under item 10.4.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute. You can go ahead.
Hi, my name is Stacey Anderson. I've had a Twitter account blocked by the mayor's official Twitter page. When it was made public in an article in the SAC-B, the situation was remedied and he blamed it on a staffer. I had my peers approached by a staffer of Mayor Lee when they were peacefully protesting outside of one of his events. The staffer was Ty Sorcy, the same man that allegedly harassed Ms. Moreno. The two stories of Sorcy's behavior were incredibly similar. The only difference was that we had video evidence of the intimidation attempt. When this video was made public, the situation was remedied. and Mayor Lee took no responsibility for that either. Whether people want to believe the most recent allegations are politically motivated or not, I want to remind you that it's not only those running for office who have brought these stories to light. I am not, nor do I ever plan on becoming an elected official. I'm just a 15-year Elk Grove resident who wants people to understand, in Elk Grove, as well as Fresno, Modesto, Minnesota, and the Bay Area, that this is not a statement against the Hmong community. This is a pattern of behavior by an elected official that warrants an investigation. Thank you.
And that'll move us on to our next speaker signed up under item 10.4.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Steve Lee. I'm speaking in support of Mayor Steve Lee, and I oppose your agenda item tonight and ask that you cease the censure or any other further action against Mayor Steve Lee. It is Steve Lee who was in our supporting cohort, which led to the election of the first Hmong woman elected to public office in the state of Wisconsin in 2016, making Wisconsin history. That was me, Mary Tao. He deserves credit for bolstering Hmong women's successes throughout the country. I'm married to a Hmong man, I am raised by a Hmong man, and I'm supported by Hmong women across the country. Steve is one of those Hmong men. Steve in no way could ever use the Hmong culture to harass or marginalize me as a Hmong women leader. I find it insulting to even consider Steve would have that kind of power to suppress strong, confident, intelligent Hmong women like me. Hmong women in this country have surpassed Hmong men in education, earning power, and influence. The Hmong culture will not stop our ambition. To hear other non-Hmong women elected officials undermine our Hmong women accomplishments and culture is shameful and reckless. Steve is a good man. Let's stop wasting taxpayers' time and money and move forward to serve the people who need it the most. Elk Grove citizens, thank you so much and have a great evening.
That'll move us on to our next speaker under item 10.4.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Ray Song. I'm disappointed that the council has cut our time to speak as it doesn't give us enough time to express our concerns. My point is, please do not censure Mayor Steve Lee. These are baseless accusations of a she said, he said argument. All these women who claim that they have been harassed by Mayor Steve or his supporters have no proof that they have been actually harassed. It's only political smear against the mayor for Bobby St. Allen to have a chance at his seat. At the last city council meeting, the chief of police reported on his investigation and stated that there's no evidence that Mayor Steve did anything wrong. Bobby St. Allen and her associates are putting the Hmong culture out there to be shamed, and they just want to tarnish our name and use us as a stepping stone to get their political agenda across. How is it that all their phone numbers and home addresses were easily accessible to Mayor Steve's supporters? To this day, they have not shown phone records of people calling them to harass them, have not shown videos of suspicious cars in front of their houses, and do they have any proof that Mayor Steve actually harassed them? Bobby St. Allen, you want to make the mayor, that's fine, but do not use my Hmong community or my culture as your footstool for your own political gain. Every culture has
Thank you.
and bad practices, and our culture has been evolving to adapt to this great country.
Thank you, ma'am.
Voters, remember who represents us and who doesn't at the next city council race.
Your time is up. Thank you.
That'll take us to our next speaker signed up under item 10.4.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Ali Mua, Elk Grove resident, father of 3 girls and 1 boy. I am not here to defend Mayor Lee or discredit any of the women that have made allegations against the mayor. What I am here to address is my deep concerns about the process that is being taken to censure a member of their own council. As you all know, the city of Elk Grove does not have an adopted policy and procedure in censuring one of their members. Now, this council has been advised that they have the inherent power to censure a co-member of its council. But with no policy and procedures in place, how will this council ensure fairness and due process to all parties involved, as they have sworn to do under the Constitution of the United States? Something to consider for this council to consider, attachment 3 to 10.4, page 11. Elk Grove, August 9, 2016 City Council meeting. It points out under the 14th Amendment due process rights, an important part of providing notice is having in place a policy that clarifies what conduct to lead to censure. With no policy and procedures in place,
Thank you, sir.
we ensure there is fair process.
Your time's up.
Inherent power does not mean absolute power. Do the right thing.
Thank
Do
you,
the
sir.
right process. Thank you.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Yes, hi. My name is Daryl Lal, and I'm a disabled and a decorated veteran in the Elk Grove area. And I really appreciate when Stephen Lai recently made contact with me and my family and checked up on me and to see what support me and my family needed when I was in the hospital lately. And, that's very commendable. And I've also represented school district in many different events levels. And I know Bobby Singh is also part of school district, and I've never seen her appear and present or interact with any of my events. And that's, it's kind of interesting because now she's running for mayor. And then here you have these 5 ladies, doing this in the city and breaking our community. We are Elk Grove, small district, small city community. It's very upsetting to see these 5 ladies breaking the community down. Definitely a political move that is not just fair. And I don't understand why the city even council is entertaining this. It's not just fair. It's our small community. There's a saying, united we stand, divided we fall. And what these ladies are doing, what Bobby C. Allen is doing, is definitely breaking the community and dividing the community, which is just not fair.
Thank you. Your time is up.
That'll take us on to our next speaker signed up under item 10.4.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. Hello, I am DG Garcia, and good evening, Mayor, Council, and community. There's no excuse for behaviors or egregious mishandling of public's trust. However, members of the governmental body have violated open and public meeting laws, breaches of campaign funds, arrests for real estate fraud and forgery, grand jury complaints about conflicts of interest, and threats to burn down private property, along with misogynistic views and maltreatment of female counterparts by members of this very body, all never rebuked. Mayor Lee's writing or the subsequent writing by others exercising freedom of speech initiated this complaint, but it does not rise to the level equal to the events that are unfortunately a part of the legacy of Elk Grove. Should you discipline or request further action on Mr. Lee, you will need to retroactively censor and demand further action in absentia on Assembly Member Cooper, former Member Larry, Member Dietrich, and Member Hume for their part in any of the above offenses listed. I recommend forming an ethics commission that will provide the teeth the ethics code needs when actual violations occur versus appearing as a selective body interested in doing to others what some have avoided yourself. I request your consideration. Thank you.
That'll take us on to our next speaker signed up under 10.4.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute. You can go ahead. Oh, it looks like they've hung up.
Thank you, staff, for continuing to work with folks. We just asked for everyone to be ready when your phone number is called. That's the method that we have in order to connect folks to the meeting.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Greetings to Mayor Lee and the council members. My name is Cecil O. Williams I, and I'm a 23-year-old Elk Grove citizen here in Elk Grove. And I stand in support of Mayor Lee. I found the mayor to be fair, honest, and a man of good character. In his tenure as our mayor, he has taken the city of Elk Grove to new heights in development, growth, and city services. The attacks waged against the mayor have been investigated by our police department and chief, and there's been no evidence to support the claims. Thus, the case has been closed. Therefore, Mayor Lee should not be held council to consider the facts and not the feelings in this matter, and not censor the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And that will take us on to our next speaker signed up under item 10.4.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Hi, I'm an Elk Grove resident. Greetings to the mayor and the council members. Pat Hume, Steve Dietrich, Darren Sun, Stephanie Wynn. Your poor judgment as elected council members reflect your lack of transparency and inability to comprehend and process simple issues. This censure agenda item is a waste of city resources. And I want to be honest, besides Mayor Lee, the next smartest person on the council is Pat Hume. I mean, he understands that the council and the elected officials don't have the correct lens to judge among people, community, and culture. And Darren Sun, I mean, you're the least intelligent council member in the history of Elk Grove. Your most memorable moment was when you attempted to gerrymander the district voting map. Did you know that's a violation of voters' constitutional rights? I mean, stop being the errand boy. You bet. We, the people of District 1, we're going to remember you come this November. And Bobby Singh Allen, we have more than enough clowns on this council. We don't need your racism and bigotry added. We will remember you in November as well. And by the way, hey, Pat, you got my vote. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am.
That'll take us on to our next speaker signed up under item 10.4.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Okay, great. Well, just to save time, I put myself on both sides of the issue. I've been Elk Grove for a couple of years. The accusers are using buzzwords and media like harassment and incite intense emotional incidents with no real evidence. I personally witnessed certain posts on social media deleted that do not serve the accusations and actually could be incriminating to the accuser. I've seen these. These women do not seem the type of people that would be quiet or really stand the ground for years, are they? Are they a good role model for the youth? I understand they work for the educational system. Now, I want an open investigation just for everyone involved so we can get down to the truth. Could it be that somebody that is running for a campaign, is that a political agenda? Could it be somebody losing a campaign? Could that be a perception, alteration on what they might perceive as harassment? There is a difference between justice and winning a point. If we want truth and justice, let's look at everyone involved. By a landslide, it seems many are disappointed in the council. Everyone is attesting to Steve's character. Wow, these are the facts. Have someone have so many positive comments when he's in direct accusation of made veterans, women of influence, older people, the youth. All of them are siding with Steve Lee by landslide. Do you believe them? Do you believe the chief of police is not doing his job?
Thank you, sir.
Do you believe that the accusers
Your time is up.
offended, have offended the culture in a major way to
Thank
ignore
you, sir.
these facts?
Your time is
Would
up.
say that you don't agree with the people, you represent the people. So thank you, and appreciate your time.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Hello there, my name is Singh. I'm a Sacramento resident, and the reason I'm calling today is I've known Mayor Steve Lee for almost 20 years. Helped him run this very first campaign back in 2003 when I was living outside of Sacramento County. And the guy's a great man, a great cheerleader, someone who I learned a lot from. And I feel that these attacks are just tactics to take out the mayor from the seat. And also, I believe Bobby Singh Allen and Moreno owes the Hmong community an apology. And we want this live on national, on news, on TV, on live telecast, to stating that which they don't even know about our Hmong culture, things that we are being portrayed as attacked on, which is very sad.
Your time is up.
Thank you. Thank you.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Good evening, Council. My name is Marco Radonich. I'm a retired sheriff's deputy for over 25 years. I met Steve Lee approximately over 25 years ago with a system called Project Save with the school board, and that was to help out risk youth. I believe that Steve Lee has an impeccable character, and I believe he has the quality and leadership skills to lead Elk Grove further on than where it is. I believe that the city council is being childish, and some of the actions and what was said today for his resignation was uncalled for. The person who asked for the resignation is also under an ethics complaint. Maybe he needs to resign. I think that this is a baseless complaint by a person who's actually accepted an endorsement from somebody who had a workplace sexual harassment complaint. This is all politics. This is not good. It's not good for Elk Grove. Steve Lee is the leader and should stay as the mayor and not be censured. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. That'll take us up to our next speaker signed up under item 10.4.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. This is Elk Grove Unified School Trustee Bobby Singh Allen, resident of Elk Grove for nearly 30 years and a proud Indian American immigrant. Mayor Lee sent me a request to meet several hours ago. It is hard to believe that he is still not acknowledging or taking responsibility for his actions directly harassing me and other women in our community. We are not calling on him to acknowledge that harassment exists in the abstract, but to acknowledge and change his pattern of behavior that is years long. He and his associates spread lies about me last night during my school board meeting. He has called us liars and continues to defame us. Until a real and sincere apology is issued, where he owns his responsibility and actions, I see no reason to meet with him. Actions speak louder than words. Mayor Lee has violated his oath of office and the city's code of ethics. At the last council meeting, Mayor Lee orchestrated a campaign to attack private citizens who spoke out against him, and he continues to behave in this way. Citizens have the right to participate in local government without harm or
Your
retaliation.
time is expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
That'll take us on to our next speaker signed up under item 10.4.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Hello, Mayor Lee and City Council. My name is John Tam. I am disappointed that you, the City Council member, are playing too much politics inside the city chambers. We, the voters, have the right to voice our opinions, and your job is to listen. Don't be so lazy and always use your power to vote to reduce time. This is no way we can get our point across with 1 minute. Bobby Singh Allen issue rose for her political agenda only. There's no proof. Jacqueline Moreno dropped off boxes and boxes of her camping literature and did not say to staff with 10,000 bags. We still drop off her literature. I'm grateful, Jacqueline Moreno. And that was hardly ever the camping office. She was hardly in there. She hardly had any volunteers. It was Steve Lee's, his army and volunteers. Whatever you agreed to.
Your time is up.
Jacqueline
Thank you.
agreed to 2 years ago. Why she is bringing it now? So I demand to have
Your time is up.
investigation, grand jury, private investigator.
Thank you.
Investigation. Thank you.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Hi, this is Linda Vu. Tonight, I just want to say, wow, great job, Mayor Lee, in organizing, orchestrating the Hmong people to rally against you by leveraging your power and your privilege in the Hmong community to organize and get people as far as Modesto and Minnesota to call in on an issue that affects Elk Grove people, to call in to smear not only the victims, but also the city council members. But tonight, I just want to say thank you to all of the people who called in to attack us, because what you did was validate our stories of harassment and attack. Now, City Council member, if you want to know why not a lot of people, or not a lot of Hmong people have called in to denounce Steve, know that his behavior and the action of so many people who called in today to attack a Hmong woman is exactly why so many Hmong people have stayed silent against Steve Lee. And I'm not the only person who he has harmed, but today and forever, I will call him out and hold him accountable.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Hi, I've been following the meeting, and I didn't intend to call in, but I heard Bobby call in speaking against the citizens voicing their concerns and calling this a sham orchestrated by the mayor. This is very disturbing that the city council is going to silence the citizens' voice by cutting the time, and people are rushing through their statement. But you're ignoring all the racist comment and the damage that Bobby's going to do to the Asian students in your district, in your city. That's all.
Thank you, Speaker. And I'm going to touch base with staff, but it appears as though we are at the conclusion of folks who have signed up for the call-in.
That is correct. We don't have any more callers in the queue.
Yeah, so our total number of calls was reduced. We were not able to reach everyone in terms of who had signed up on the list, despite efforts by staff to try to pull them into the meeting. But where we are is we've concluded the request to call in.
All right, excellent. Thank you. Thank you for that. Let's see. That being the case, let's go ahead and close the public comment and open up for council deliberation. Now, I did hear Councilmember Hume requesting to hear from me. I don't know how members, how you want to go about it. You know, do any members want to jump in, or how should we?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to jump in if that's okay, because I do have some asks of you, and I just, you know, before you chime in, I want to make sure that you hear some of the requests I have, if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay, so I want to thank everybody who took the time to call in, and for those that are still listening. I did hear from Miss Bobby Singh Allen, but Mr. Mayor, you did say sometime between our last meeting and probably the last couple of days that you would be reaching out to the women. I hear that you've reached out to Miss Bobby Singh Allen. I just wanted to know if you've reached out to any of these other women yet.
I have. I reached out to Miss Linda Vu, Dr. Jax Chong, Jacqueline Marino, trustees Nancy Chairs, and also Bobby Singh Allen.
Okay. And would you like to share, like, is there any way there's going to be a conversation that you can have with them on how to move forward with this?
Yeah, that was my my initial attempt. Really is to recognize the hurt and the pain that they've suffered. The most important part, really, for me, is acknowledging that. And the truth of it is that I honestly did not realize how painful it was for them, and I think that's. For me, that was really important. That's part of the reasons why I sent the statement out acknowledging their pain. But I think for me, I think it's important to have an opportunity to sit down with them and try to find a pathway so that we can heal. Because at the end of the day, all of us still live in Elk Grove, and we still need to move forward as a team.
Okay. So, as I mentioned at the last meeting, a censorship to me is a one and done deal. And other than it being a formal reprimand, there's nothing in place that corrects these continued actions or show that a person is committed to changing these behaviors. And what I want to see, Mr. Mayor, is I want to see that you're committed to changing and that you're going to fix this, because whether you know it or not, you, your associates, your staff, your campaign team are responsible for what's come forward to us these last few days. I mean, we spent hours today listening to public comments on this and hours last week as well, too. This is not the way to run a council meeting. As the only woman on this council, I can tell you that it's been really disturbing to hear the stories of these women and what they went through. The last meeting, I mentioned 3 things that I hoped you would agree to doing, and I'm going to bring them back up again. I asked that you send a letter of apology to the women that all came forward. And since our last meeting, there have been several others that have come forward as well, too. You just mentioned earlier that you did send a statement out. I'm only aware of one letter that was sent, and that was to Ms. Moreno. I'm asking that you send a formal letter of apology to each of these women. As a parent, and I know you're a parent to 3 boys as well too, but as a parent, we teach our children to stand up to their bullies. And these women believe that you are their bully. And what they're doing right now is they're standing up to you. But as we mentioned, and as you said earlier, is that we need to have a conversation. And at some point, I do believe that there needs to be real conversations, because right now what I'm seeing is that these conversations are attacks that are either happening online or at these public meetings like our city council meeting and what Ms. Bobby Singh Allen has said earlier at a school board meeting. This is not a way for our young people to see how leaders act. Since you're saying that you've tried reaching out to these ladies and it's been unsuccessful, I'd like to see if I can play a role in this and possibly help you and these women and mediating a meeting between you and all the women involved, because I think you need to hear it from them, right? Rather than these letters and these public meetings, I think you really need to sit down and hear what they have to say. The last meeting, I also talked about you taking some harassment training classes. And as elected officials, we're already mandated to take these classes. And so rather than harassment classes, I'd like for you to take some cultural sensitivity training. What I'm seeing is that there's a lack of sensitivity and communication towards some women. I had a lot of women call in today to say that they respect you. But there's been also some allegations from our elected women that you've heard. Perhaps these classes will help you better understand how to communicate with not just women, but with other communities as well, too. My third thing is that we're going through a pandemic right now. And this pandemic has caused hate crimes all across the world towards our API communities. I've spoken many times about the work that I do in the community with my role as the Executive Director of Asian Resources and as the first Vice Chair of Capital. For nearly 20 years, and through both of these organizations, I stood in front to fight against racism and discrimination for all communities, but specifically for our API community, because we are known to just stay quiet. Mr. Mayor, you are seen as a Hmong leader. We've heard it tonight. We've heard it last time as well, too, all across the state. Last meeting, we had somebody call in from Colorado. Today, I think I've heard Fresno, Southern California, Wisconsin as well, too. But what's happening to our city now, in a city where we are nearly 27% Asian Pacific Islanders, that people are starting to question the Hmong community and their cultures or values. Because of these allegations, people are starting to wonder if this is how Hmong men treat their women. And you couple that with the hate crimes and attacks on our API community due to this pandemic, and it puts us in a very dangerous spot. I do feel like our community needs to be educated on the Hmong community and what the clan system is. And so I want you to coordinate that, but I want women to lead this course or this training that we can provide to our community so that folks that are not Hmong and don't know about the Hmong community can truly understand what the clan system is. Those are my 3 asks of you, and I hope that you'll agree to them and show us that you're on a path to fixing this. So a couple of other things came up tonight. I know Director Moreno talked about her policies, her 4 policies. The first one was to strengthen the city's harassment policy, to create a clear reporting and investigation process for both employees and residents, create a third-party compliance hotline where employees and residents can make reports on discrimination and harassment, and then to create a citywide committee on the status of women and girls. I'm going to take the 4th one first. While I'm all about providing opportunities and support for women and girls, I come from a nonprofit background that serves our disenfranchised communities and communities that have been disproportionately affected. And I can tell you that there are many organizations that are already doing this work, and they do it well. There's WEAVE, My Sister's House, City of Refuge, CASH, which is a community against sexual harassment, and many, many more. Rather than reinventing the wheel, we should be looking at bringing them here to our city and collaborating with them. And also, Supervisor Cerna in 2019 introduced a Sacramento County Women's Commission. Those are just a few things that are already out there, that have been out there for years. And I want to caution us also on doing this citywide committee for women and girls, because we are now excluding anyone that possibly is an LGBTQ+. And where do they fit in this if we make it just women and girls as well too? I am all about empowering our women, but we need to think through some of these. And on the first three that she had talked about, I mentioned earlier, we are elected officials and already mandated to attend and take these harassment trainings annually, which is why I'm asking the mayor to take the cultural sensitivity training. Ms. Moreno also mentioned CSD's policy. So I did take the liberty of visiting the CSD website to check out their harassment policy and to compare it to our own city policy and see how we can improve or strengthen our policy as it relates to residents that have complaints against an elected official or staff. But I didn't see anything on CSD's website. I did check our website, and what I did see is that we have a page that is dedicated specifically to harassment, and there is a form called Discrimination and Harassment Complaint Form. The form also allows individuals to identify themselves as an employee, a contractor, an applicant, resident, visitor, or other. Additionally, in 2019, the city did invest in an app called Stop It for the city employees to anonymously report any types of harassments or discrimination. What I also saw on our website that is easily visible is at the top right-hand corner of our website is a tab that says Report an Issue. And as you click onto the tab, it gives you options for your issues that include the city council, city manager, et cetera, and it gives you the ability to select to be anonymous. I'd like Mr. Bierman and Mr. Hobbs, if either one of you can elaborate on those other areas that Ms. Moreno and the other woman had brought forward regarding some policy changes as well too. I'm hoping I covered some of those areas, but I'd like to see if either one of you can chime in on that.
Sure, this is City Manager Jason Barron. I'd be happy to chime in a little bit and add where I can. First of all, as with any policy or practice, there's always room for modification or improvement, but staff does believe that the city's policies related to harassment and discrimination are very strong. We reviewed our policies in comparison to similar policies at the CSD and other agencies and found them to be very similar. And in many ways, the city's policies provide additional opportunities for reporting and investigations from complaints made by the public against staff or elected officials. As you noted on the city's website, we have a page dedicated to reporting harassment. It was recently updated, make it clear that it can be filled out by anyone, including members of the public. Anyone who believes they may have been harassed or been a recipient of discriminatory behavior by an employee, elected official, agent of the city of Elk Grove can make that complaint verbally and writing through a variety of methods, including anonymously. Regarding our policies and procedures, our personnel rules, including Section 5.4, which prohibits harassment, discrimination, retaliation. Those received a comprehensive legal review from the Miller Law Group in 2018 as part of the city's diversity audit. They had some recommendations, and so we had a comprehensive update at that time of all of our policies and procedures related to these issues. The personnel rules and regulations do outline clear reporting and investigation process. The city also does allow for the anonymous reporting, as you mentioned, through the Stop It for employees, as well as the Report and Issue tool for members of the public. This discrimination form is available to the public. There's a clear reporting process. However, staff, in our review of everything, we did notice that the language on the city's website could be more clear about the investigation process that is in our policy, but it doesn't spell out what that looks like. So that is something that we can add to that to make it very clear as far as what that process will look like. And just kind of speaking of that Stop It app, that is something that we implemented back in about the middle part of 2019, which again is an anonymous reporting tool for our employees that provide some two-way communication if anybody feels that they've been harassed or discriminated against, which is a really powerful tool for these issues. The city, one of the recommendations I think was to create a like a 1-800 or a call-in number. I think staff it feels that the online reporting tools that does allow anonymous reporting probably more effective than a phone number to call, because of the way our population communicates these days is mostly online. But if the council felt that a phone number would be important, that's something that we could also look at to add to the avenues that members of the public as well as our employees have to report issues. So, clearly there's a little bit of maybe misunderstanding about the city's harassment policies, but again, we feel that they are very strong. We're happy to look at anything else that the council might seem fit. And I think what we can do is make some modifications to the city's website to make it very clear where these things are located, and make it clear what those processes are. So if people are looking, they can have easy access to find them and understand very clearly what those processes look like. So I think that gives a little bit of summary of, I think, some of the issues related to those 3 items related to the city's policies. But I'm happy to answer any questions that the council members might have.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Behrman. So finally, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to go back to the subject of censorship. There have been several things that have come up these past few weeks, days, and even up to today and this morning. One of the areas that I can understand is that the request for having a third-party investigation. These women don't feel a fair investigation can take place if it happens within the city's police department, because you are the mayor of this city. The allegations show a pattern of behavior that date back 8 years ago and that they continue even up to today. I believe that there does need to be a third-party investigation. Therefore, I make the motion for the decision of this censorship and the investigation of your conduct to be moved entirely to the grand jury to investigate, to be in line with what I'm hearing other times in which we've had other council members and this have come up. It sounds like it's gone to the grand jury. And so I want to keep it in line with that. But moving forward, I'd like to also talk to Mr. Hobbs, our city attorney, about putting together a policy around censorship so that should something like this come up again, we can refer back to our policy. That's all that I have, sir. I don't know if you want to leave it to the other council members to chime in before you chime in, or if you want to chime in.
But we can go ahead and provide the council members an opportunity to speak first. Members?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and jump in. Are you able to hear me okay? My headset battery died, and so I had to switch over to my laptop.
Coming in loud and clear.
Thank you, sir. So my initial regret of this, and there are many, but my initial regret of this is that I wasn't able to understand some of the speakers who called in tonight. And my regret of that is because that probably means that they may not be able to understand me when I say what I'm about to say, which is it is abhorrent that this in any way is being cast as an indictment or a dispersion upon Hmong people. Hmong are not bad people, and you, Mr. Mayor, are not a bad person. However, the blind spot that is being exhibited, and this is why I wanted to hear from you, is because the blind spot that is being exhibited of deflection and character assassination and bringing up everything other than the personal accountability required to change the course of the direction of this discussion. Had you gotten out in front of this, certainly when it happened, but even when it just rose up to the level of council discussion, I think we would be having a wholly different conversation. Leadership sometimes requires us to be vulnerable and requires us to admit our faults and our shortcomings and pledge to do better. We didn't hear that from you. We heard a lot of, as I say, deflection. Bringing up other things that have happened in the past does not excuse what is being alleged currently. And so if this were just one accusation from one person who had an axe to grind with you, that would be one way to look at this situation. But this, to me, this speaks to something that goes against the whole democratic process, a process which one is codified in the Constitution, which you swore to uphold upon taking the office, wherein people have a right to redress their government and have their grievances heard, and the very same democratic process that's called out in our code of ethics that we will encourage diverse public opinion and be agents of the democratic process. And what I think this stems back to, that is magnified by the accounts of these women, is an attempt to squash dissent and or whitewash your image so that only positive things are said about you. And while I understand that there's a political advantage to that, at the same time, there's the complete lack of authenticity and transparency. And so I'm certainly not happy with where we are right now. And I feel for you, and having had to sit through the last 2 hours of public testimony. But as I say, it boggles me that the very conduct for which we are being asked to consider this tonight is being exhibited. It was exhibited last meeting. It's been exhibited tonight. And unfortunately, in the past, you've kind of thrown your hands up and said, well, it's beyond my control. That's not my, I can't influence that. And, Harry Truman had a sign on his desk that said, the buck stops here. And because as leaders, we have to own not only what we do, but what people do on our behalf. And sometimes, even if it's beyond our control, we take ownership of it and we apologize for it. And so I tend to agree with what Councilmember Wynn brought up, not only for the personal enrichment for you, but also the idea of codifying a censure procedure. But I am a big proponent of putting this over to the grand jury so that it takes us out of the judgment seat. And I would attach not only the staff report as what we would put over, but also call in some of the items that were brought up tonight with respect to being blocked on Twitter. I know that there have been people being complained of being blocked on your Facebook account, the actions of former and current staff, and just the whole general idea of not allowing an honest discourse regarding your actions and your leadership. So I'm interested to hear what my other colleagues say, but I would second Councilmember Wynn's motion.
Anyone else?
Yes, Vice Mayor Detrick. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone that called in or emailed to the council. Obviously, this is a very, very sensitive subject. And I also want to remind everybody that, Mayor Lee's not on trial here tonight. This is not a trial. As peers, we have to help hold each other accountable. And over the 12 years I've been on the council, there's been bantering back and forth amongst the council members to try to keep each one in check. And that's really what we're doing here tonight. There's a saying that we're our brother's keeper. So, Mayor Lee, we're your brother. I've never had a position of I don't like you or I consider you a nice man. We've had some good times together. We've had some disagreements. But I've had disagreements probably with everybody on the council over those 12 years at one time or another. The council adopted a code of ethics, and this is one part of what's before us tonight related to Mayor Lee and the actions that we may take. Unfortunately, Mayor Lee, you violated the code of ethics over and over for the past 6 years. And there has not and does not seem to be any accountability for your actions of your own or your team members. It appears everyone else is to blame. You know, you want to deflect it to others, never taking responsibility or accountability. You know, some of this is very similar to what Councilman Hume said. You know, there's probably an arm's length list of items over the past 6 years that we could go over that would be considered violations of the code of ethics, but I'm not going to revisit those items. You know, and most of these items, Mayor Lee, you and I have talked about privately, man to man, trying to make you a better elected official, a better leader. Mayor Lee, you failed in all 4 areas of our adopted code of ethics in responsibility, fairness, respect, and honesty as a member of our council. And that's really disappointing. No matter what we decide tonight, some will say it's not enough. Some will say we did the right thing. Some will say we should have done more. You know, it was talked about with the investigation or review by our Elk Grove Police Department. You know, there may or may not be criminal charges, but that's not what the council's here to review. That would be done by the departments or agencies over law enforcement, and that is where criminal allegations need to be filed. There may or may not be FPPC violations, and anyone with knowledge of FPPC violations should file their complaints with the FPPC. Then the FPPC will review and determine if they want to investigate those allegations or not. That's not a city council issue. Just because something may not be legally wrong, it can still be morally wrong and ethically wrong. And I believe what we've seen over the past 6 years confirms what we've heard over the past few weeks as well as tonight. So along with the 2 previous council members that have spoke, you know, my recommendation is to also have Mayor Lee have a due process by an independent body, and then we have John Hobbs, our city attorney, file this with the grand jury for review and investigation. And I can also support the other areas that were brought up with a formal letter of apology, continue the conversations with the women that were affected, and the other items that were brought up. But I think the number one thing is have this independently reviewed by the grand jury and give Mayor Lee a full due process. That's all I have.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Soon.
Sure, I'll weigh in. Mayor, I mean, this isn't comfortable for any of us here. You know, we're trying to apply these laws of ethics, but you know, to one of our peers. The fact is, we've heard from elected representatives and residents of our community, and we're trying to acknowledge their pain and suffering. I believe these women. You know, I don't think they have anything to lie about. But it doesn't. It's not something that I trust. None of us take pleasure or anything like that in. And again, it's not comfortable. You've had many people, and many people, I should say, maybe not you, but many people have called in on your behalf, speaking of the pleasant dealings you had with them and defending, your honor, which I think is great. There just hasn't been, or there's been a starkly contrast with these individuals, and we are trying to acknowledge them and give them, a sense of not just closure, but also, a sense that they were heard, and that they can get some sort of, feel like they've gotten some sort of justice. And so, it is disappointing that I'm glad to see that, you too believe them in your statement and the apology statement that you had made. I just wish it had come earlier and not nearly 3 weeks later. I wish these conversations, when we last spoke, I asked you if you'd be willing to sit down with them at our last meeting. You said you would, and 3 weeks later, maybe there's yet to be any conversation. So, I really like Councilmember Nguyen's comments. I hope you will take those to heart and consider the classes she mentioned. I too don't appreciate the deflection, and there was a lot of victimization, a lot of claims or accusations about us ganging up on you. I mean, these aren't things that we did. So I'm disheartened by all of this because we've got a lot of business to do in the city. And, I think the council as a whole, I think has done a lot of good work over the years. And so it's unfortunate that this little bit is a distraction. So I heard what my colleagues have said, and I'm tended to agree with them in terms of a grand jury investigation, independent, and hopefully there are others calling for censure, but I hope at least you'll see that we're trying to be fair about this, and we in the sense that we want due process as well. So I'm going to stop there, and I look forward to your comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Sun, and to the rest of the team. I do appreciate all of you, and I thank you for your very candid, comments. Vice Mayor, I do appreciate what you've said. I've always seen you as a brother, and some of the things that we have shared over the years have really been positive, despite our political differences at times. But I think that's a healthy relationship. And to each and every one of you, I do appreciate each and every one of you in your approach to this, and in hopes that we can move forward. Councilmember Stephanie Nguyen, your recommendations are well taken, and I think that's in the last meeting you've made that statement, and I took it to heart. I paused and reflected, and upon how I could be a better person, and I think that in all fairness is the strive for each and every one of us, and for me in particular, because the truth of it is that all of these allegations about the conduct of my supporters does really hurt me, and some of these individuals, these women who have stood up and spoken of, about their hurt, I didn't quite fully understand and appreciate that. And I think it is important to acknowledge and recognize their pain, and that's what I did in my statement, is to let them know that I believe them. But what I want to do is have an opportunity to sit down with them and try to figure out a pathway for all of us to heal. That is the constant quest for self-improvement. In regards to cultural sensitivity classes, I think that's really important, especially some of the rhetoric that I've heard in disparaging remarks about the Hmong community, which also breaks my heart. This is a community that's very loving. This is a community that raised me. And for me to be put in a position where I'm asked to disregard and denounce my family, that makes it very difficult for me. My denouncing the Hmong patriarchy would be the equivalent of denouncing my father, my mother, my grandparents, and every ancestor who came before me. And for a system that is 5,000 years old, it is troubling to hear those that may not have a good understanding or have not had the training in anthropological studies or in sociology to make these remarks that is very hurtful. The community is crying, they're hurting. And I think that, for all electeds, I think we should be very careful in what we say. Sometimes we do say it and realize we shouldn't have said that. And I think that it's, in all fairness, that is important for everyone to acknowledge that. What you heard here tonight is our community members who are in pain and they're not quite sure how to address it. And I look forward to an opportunity to talk with electeds across the board to have a discussion on how we can do what Councilmember Nguyen has suggested, which is to have workshops led by women, women experts, professors that could come and share the culture. But I think we shouldn't stop there. I think it's important for all of us to acknowledge the diversity within our community, the various backgrounds, the various ethnic groups, the various cultural background, whether it be LGBTQ, whether it be African Americans, Irish Americans, Vietnamese American, Hmong Americans. But I think that it's important for us to recognize and realize that what makes America strong, what makes our growth strong, is the fact that we are strong because we are diverse. That being the case, I've actually asked Jason Behrman to look into cultural sensitivity classes so that it can be offered to the entire city council, not just. I think currently the staff has been taking it, but as a person who's always in a quest to improve myself, to look at my own implicit biases and work with that to be a better person, I'm always open for that. Any classes, any opportunity where I can kind of explore my inner biases and learn to appreciate and be a better person. So that's not a problem. I'd be happy to do that. But I think what is really important here is that we do develop a center process. We do want to move in that direction. So I certainly support the suggestion that we move in that direction. Another thought that I know that has been playing in my mind after I saw one of the grand jury report in 2006 in regards to an ethics commission. I think that's something that we really should ask staff to bring back to consider. It's been recommended. I know councils before this one has been toying with the idea, but I think that it's an opportunity where we should really be looking at that possibility and developing that so that we could move to the next level, so that we could address this in the future. As we develop as a city, as this council changes, I think it's important for us to look at what kind of precedent we want to set and what kind of policy we want to make sure that we have in place. So I certainly would be in support of that. I honestly, I am deeply concerned. And one of the things that I have shared openly is that for anyone who claims that they're supporters of mine and they're doing it in my name, I want to make it clear tonight, for all of the folks that are listening, for the public that are listening, you do not have my approval to harass or bully anyone. It is wrong. Do not do that. For the same reasons that all of the members of the public have been able to speak out publicly tonight. The strength of democracy is the fact that we allow dissenting opinions. We allow an open forum so that we can engage in healthy discussions, so we can move forward as a community. That is, in essence, what democracy is all about. And in the event that any of my supporters or anyone who claims to be doing things in my name, I want to tell you clearly, please stop. You are not helping anyone. You're hurting everyone. But at the same time, specifically for the Hmong community, I also recognize your hurt. I also recognize that you are looking for a pathway to heal. And that is equally important for all electeds to take a look at the comments that they have made and to look for an opportunity to heal. And I would be more than happy to help any elected to create that pathway, to create that safe zone, so that we as a community could be that strong, diverse, inclusive community that we've always been pushing forward. The truth of it is that, I am concerned the timing of all of this, especially during the election period. And I know that, look, every couple of years, the mayor, gets negative mailers. I get that. It's part of campaigning. My biggest concern is that why is it coming to council? And at the same time, the balance of that is I also recognize my colleagues, all of you, and your concern about being a better council, about helping the mayor be a better person. And I do appreciate all of your comments and all of your suggestions. I take that to heart. And I know, as I've said before, I know it comes from a place of love, not necessarily a malicious attempt to hurt me in any way. But at the end of the day, I think that in order for us to move forward, we really have to look at some of these things. And as I look at as the various individuals that have stood up, I think in order for me to progress with these individuals is to have one-on-one meetings with them. And Councilman or Councilwoman Stephanie Nguyen, I will accept that. I have tried to reach out, and I understand that they have responded, but I haven't had a chance to read the emails. So I'll have to take a look at that. But you taking the charge on that is greatly appreciated. And I think that having you be a part of this will create a safe environment for the individuals who have stood up and who don't feel that they can't openly share. And I want them to feel that they can openly share their concerns and some of the things that they want to discuss with me. The thing here is, look, I've made it clear. I don't condone any conduct for anyone who engages in disrespectful and harmful behavior towards women or really anyone. And I have, if I find it, I am going to quash it, because that's something that I just do not support. I grew up in this country, hardly speaking English, being picked on, being bullied. I know what it means to suffer along those lines. And to hear that women are going through this, I'm married to a woman. I have sisters. My mom, is still with me. And so to imagine that they would be subjected to this type of mistreatment would be totally wrong. And I empathize with these women and what they've shared. But the more important part is I'm willing to sit down with them, and I'm willing to move beyond this. And so, I think I spoke to Mr. Hobbs, regardless of what the council does, I understand that, you are motivated in finding justice in this. So am I. I am supportive of an independent investigation. Then I would stand by their findings. And I think that's really important for the ones that are involved. And it's important for me because, as I've said before, these are actions in which I do not condone and I do not support. So that being the case, Mr. Hobbs, is that correct? I have to recuse myself from this vote, right?
So let me procedurally recap where I think we are, and I invite the council to correct me if I get anything wrong. We had initially a motion and then a second. The motion was by Councilmember Nguyen to submit the matter to the grand jury, and I also have a note that she was interested in having staff develop a policy on censorship of council members, which we can certainly bring back for discussion. Councilmember Hume seconded that motion, so that's where we are. If I accurately captured your motion, Councilmember Nguyen. What's that?
So the third part, Mr. Hobbs, is an ask to the council, and probably directed at Councilmember Nguyen, is to entertain the Ethics Commission, which was called for in the 2006 grand jury. And I think this might be appropriate because, as you said, it's not just a commission on women and girls. But what we want to do is we're going to create a commission that will be all inclusive, that will provide an opportunity for anyone to have any accusations of ethics violation, where they can actually have a safe place to go. So what I'm asking, Councilmember Nguyen, is if you would be willing to revise your motion to include that.
With all due respect, Mr. Mayor, that's a separate item, would have to be agendized for a future discussion, and is not on the table for tonight's action, I don't believe.
That's, and I'm fine with that, so long as the council member would provide a consensus to bring it back. And I'm open to considering that at a later time as well.
So, Mr. Rob, can you clarify again for me? So the motion is on the table and then there's a second.
Yes.
But as far as the mayor's comments about the ethics commission, is that something that we have to bring back
if that's something that the council wants to do, you could direct staff to bring that back through consensus. But the motion on the table right now is the referral of the matter to the grand jury and your request that staff bring back a policy concerning the process for censorship. Obviously, that's going to require some further discussion and refinement, but we could bring that back for further consideration. So if the council passes that motion, and if you decide you want to take one or both of those pieces out, that's fine. But if you pass the motion as I've just identified with the council's permission, what I would do is take the staff report that was presented tonight, attach that to the grand jury complaint form, and to address Councilmember Hume's point to bring in matters that were addressed tonight. I think the simplest way to do that, to make sure the grand jury has the full picture, is simply reference a link to this video. So we're not mischaracterizing. I want to make sure that I get what the council wants. So I would just include a link to this video and invite the grand jury to review that as to the allegations. And I would sign it consistent with Vice Mayor Detrick's request that it be submitted by the city attorney. I would obviously be submitting that on behalf of the council. It would not be my complaint per se, but I'd be happy to submit that on behalf of the city council if that's your wish. Does that make sense, Councilmember Nguyen? So yeah. Essentially there's a motion and a second, and you're invited to vote on that motion now, or if you want to do something different as a council, you can.
Yeah, no, I'm good with my motion, what I made.
My second stands.
So, Mr. Mayor, if there's no further discussion, now would be the time to call for the vote.
Yeah, let's go ahead and call the vote. Roll call, please.
And just one quick check-in. I know that the Mayor Lee had asked whether there was any question about recusal on this item.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lindgren. So there does not appear necessarily to be a legal mandate that the mayor recuse himself on this based on my review of the law. However, given that he is the subject of the grand jury referral, my suggestion would be that he abstain from the vote.
But with that, I can commence with the vote on the matter. And for that roll call vote, if all parties are ready to go.
Ready.
I'll start out with Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Detrick.
Yes.
And Mayor Lee.
And for the record, I am abstaining.
That matter will pass 4-0 with an abstention as well, but it'll pass 4-0.
Okay. Thank you, colleagues and members of the public. It's been a long night. I do appreciate all of your input, and hopefully we can move forward. Like everything else, this is one bump in our pathway, but I truly believe that the love in our community is going to prevail, and we will find a pathway. So thank you, everyone. And let's go ahead and adjourn the meeting at 11:56 or 10:56 p.m.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.